Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is 5:32 and you may call your meeting to order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I see that we do indeed have quorum. So I call into session this committee of the whole meeting for Tuesday, January the 10th, 2023. As is our usual practice, we will now have a counselor read the land recognition statement. And tonight, Councillor Kerr will do the honors.
We begin this meeting by acknowledging the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and acknowledging reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor. And may I turn to the clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings you to the adoption of the agenda. And I have a motion put forth by Councillor Kerr that the agenda for January 10th, 2023 special meeting of committee be adopted as circulated. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any discussion.
Okay, thank you. After viewing the agenda, is there any comments from any member of council? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The vote begins with Councillor Eckhart.
Yes.
Councillor Hildebrandt.
Yes.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes.
Councillor Niznik.
Yes.
Councillor Olson.
Yes.
Councillor Wink.
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That carries. Mr. Mayor, that brings you to the disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof.
Okay, thank you. After viewing the agenda, is there any councillor who has a pecuniary interest or general nature thereof to declare? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will note that. That brings us to item 4.1 on the agenda, which is staff reports from corporate services, and you will have a presentation of the 2023 capital budget by the Treasurer and Deputy Treasurer. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we now hand the floor over to the Treasurer, Teresa Quinlan Murphy. Ms. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I am really happy to be here tonight to present the 2023 capital budget. This presentation will give you the opportunity to ask staff questions with regards to the capital projects. I just wanted to remind council that the purpose for tonight is to approve the projects for 2023, and also just to help you understand that if there is a project that council wants to defer or not approve this year, that it does not directly reduce the tax levy. So the way the capital budget works is that the projects are funded either by grant money, by debt, or by reserves. So if a project is not approved tonight, the money would just stay in the reserves for it to be approved in the future years. So I just wanted to state that. So it shouldn't be the reason why a project is not approved is not to think that you're going to be saving on the tax levy. So this is just for you to approve the project that you think makes sense for the town to do in 2023. So I'm going to share my screen now, and the presentation, I'll be doing the presentation with the Deputy Treasurer and also with the Director of Public Works, and any specific questions will go directly to the budget holders of the particular projects. So, just a minute. Can you see my screen? No, because I'm not sharing it. Just one second. All right, there we go. There. Can you see my screen now?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to move that. So the agenda, we're going to talk about the proposed capital budgets, debentures and debt, reserves and reserve funds, and also provide an update on the open house capital request. So the summary of the capital budgets, this is the summary that everyone has in your binder. This sheet here shows that from the tax levy, these projects are funded from the operating budget, the tax levy. And the total request for this year is almost $11.2 million, of which 2.4 pertains to grants, how it's being funded. 8.8 is coming from the reserves, and 7,000 is coming from other funding. So as you could see on this schedule, there is no new debt being taken out in 2023. And on the second sheet, these projects are funded by the rate budgets, which is the water and wastewater budgets. This budget will be presented to council in February. So we have $4.7 million of water and wastewater budgets, capital projects, and most of them are being funded by the reserves, and 600,000 is coming from development charges. So with these projects, here is the summary of capital grants. So we have grants that are called like long-term agreements and approved grants. So the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, a short form is OCIF. This is an annual program from the provincial government that we receive funding. So these are known amounts that we know. And the other one is the Canada Community Building Fund, which is formerly was the federal gas tax. So these grants here are known. What is not known are the grants pending application or approval. So we have grants that we have submitted and we're waiting to receive final approval. Some grants we know we have received, but we are not allowed to disclose them until the funder tells us that we can. So the projects that are sitting under the grants pending application or approval, these projects are red circled. And when a project is red circled, it means that it does not move forward unless the grant funding is received. And so in total, as we've seen in the first summary sheet, we have almost $2.4 million of total grants, of which 1.5 is secured and 858,000 is pending. Okay, so the first projects we're going to go through are the ones in corporate services, and in corporate services, we have the information technology capital projects. Mike Guglielmi, our IT manager, is here tonight to answer any questions and also to present this.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I'm here. Thank you, Council. So the first project, IT 0123, that's our annual equipment renewal and replacement. So we replace aging equipment as well as equipment that may be required for new hires as well as co-op students. We do follow an asset management plan in regards to equipment that needs to be replaced once it has reached its useful life. IT 0223, innovation technology. These are funds that are allocated to, any up and coming innovative trend that may be occurring within the town, and or perhaps a project that may seem fit to, allow additional cost savings for, certain processes that we do within the town, as well as the other facilities that we have. IT project 0323, e-permitting. This basically, we're looking at launching this with our Munipass system, which we will target first the planning and the building department. So this will now hopefully be a cloud-based solution where applicants that are looking to, apply for a building or a planning permit can do so all online. And it has the various and appropriate workflows So all particular permits that are being submitted will be issued once all the check marks and once all the various requirements have been met. Once again, this is not only just for planning and building. We can expand this piece of software for other permits, whether it be pool permits, burn permits, any permit that the town currently issues, we can have within this e-permitting software. Another huge advantage of this e-permitting software is also the ability to provide a payment gateway. So we can also have the ability to allow residents and or citizens to perhaps pay for these permits online, which will then integrate within the financial system that we currently use. IT 0423 claims risk management solution. This basically allows us to handle, it's a cloud-based software solution once again, that allows us to maintain any of our risks and or litigation issues that we may have at the town. This is a cloud-based solution. It allows staff to eliminate majority of the manual processing that they do for any kind of risk that we receive at the town, and it also creates more of a document repository. So some of the challenges that we do have at the town are trying to find the information, and once that information is there, where is it stored? So if we need to look back historically, this cloud-based solution allows us multiple years in regards of data retention, so staff can easily retrieve information for any kind of risk or claims that we may have. IT 0523, this is the asset management solution module. So this year we actually once again went with the Munipass solution to move some of our systems to an online ArcGIS environment. We do have an ELA or an enterprise licensing agreement with the Niagara region. And up until this point, we have been leveraging some of the modules with the region, but now with the new web-based ArcGIS online platform, we can now start to push majority of our on-premise solutions that we do manually now to the cloud. So this allows us a 100% cloud-based solution, easily accessible from members of the public as well as town staff. So we do have many town staff that have mobile devices. So a lot of the tasks that they're doing now, they'll complete it on the mobile device, come back to town hall or to their facility, do a manual sync to push the data to a database. This will eliminate a lot of the manual processing and will now be basically a real-time online system. There's also the ability to provide capital planning and budgeting of many of our assets that we have throughout the town as well. IT 0623 is the FOI, or the Freedom of Information Management System. This once again will allow it's a cloud-based solution that will allow staff to, anytime there's an FOI that's brought for the town, it allows for a proper document repository. So all information is captured and saved in a file or format that any staff that is using can now access that information. It also has particular workflows. So once an FOI has been applied, there will be many different workflows that have to be completed until and/or that FOI will be released. IT 0723, quality assurance and AODA website solution. There are many situations that we have with our current website where some of the files, content does not meet the AODA recommendations and our standards. What this software allows us to do is it will constantly scan periodically, whether it be hourly, daily, weekly, for any new content that has been added to our website, and it can ensure, depending on the parameters that we set, does this new content meet our accessibility standards. So there are some documents that are often posted on websites, whether it's a PDF, whether it's an image, and sometimes it does not have the proper tag or meta tag information for, screen readers. So this software will now ensure any new content that's added to our Town of Pelham website will now meet the AODA accessibility standards. IT 0823, which is our form builder solution. So this is a product that will integrate seamlessly into our current website. Currently, we have many different departments at Town Hall that are using different form building solutions. So we have a facilities rental form. We have many other forms that we're utilizing at the town, but we're using siloed software. So this will now allow us to have one main solution, integrates with our Town of Pelham or GHD website hosting provider, where we can now seamlessly provide many different forms that staff are familiar or can be familiar with. And it also has the advantage of doing a payment gateway as well. So in case there's a rental permit that we need to create or a form, we can develop this straight through our content management system that staff currently use with our website. So in regards to training staff, if they are currently using the content management system with our current website, this is basically a very simplistic and modernized format that now allows staff to create many different kinds of forms. And now we eliminate the many other software solutions that we currently have in place for creating a form.
Thank you, Mike. So the total for the IT request is $284,000, and I'm going to open up for any questions right now.
Thank you. Any counselor have any questions for the treasurer or for Mike?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Eckert here. Quick question to Mike. AODA stands for?
Accessibility with Ontario, Accessibility Ontario with Disabilities Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, counselor. Any other questions? If you have, I guess, because the screen is split, I can't see all people. So just as Councilor Eckert did, just give a little bit of a shout out.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
Councilor Olson here. Yes, first of all, I'd like to mention that the nomenclature that's used here says aging. I would prefer maturing at this time, so just to mention that. 100 and the one with 140, the asset management system. And this has got a patrolling module. Is that for the road patrol with when keep track of conditions of the roads and things like that? Is that what that's for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it does. We are looking at a road patrolling software that can capture the information in regards to road conditions, as well as date and times of patrols that are being conducted by staff. And once again, this will be real-time data. So you will have the ability, or staff will have the ability to complete a patrol, and that information is now easily shared with other town staff or public works staff. So they're not going or redoing the same road section again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. Any other questions before we move on? I think we're ready to move on to the next section. Ms. Treasurer?
Thank you, Mike. The next section is fire and bylaw, and I'm going to call upon the fire chief to talk about his capital projects.
Thanks, Teresa. Good evening, council. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Our first project, FDO 123. This is a truck to replace pumper 3 at Station 3. It's currently 22 years old. It's no longer, or we've been advised, it's no longer recognized by the fire underwriters as a frontline pump, so it needs to be replaced. Cost of that is $900,000. That's what we estimated at, and talking to other fire departments around the area and the region, that's basically what what the other municipalities are paying. So FDO 223, a Station 3 utility response vehicle. So over the last couple of years and moving forward, we've been realigning our trucks in the stations. We've really kind of found a need that we don't need some of the things that we've been running for a number of years. And one of them is the heavy rescue that we have on order. We ordered last year. We won't receive it until probably the spring or summer of 2023. And we're consolidating some of our rescue equipment, rescue efforts into one truck rather than having 3 of everything. We're going to consolidate things. Well, through that consolidation, we're going to be moving the tanker from Station 2 to Station 3, or from Station 3 to Station 2, because Station 2 needs a new tanker next year. And that cost would be about $600,000. If we move that tanker and consolidate some of these trucks, then we'll not need the purchase next year. So we should be able to save about $500,000 by doing this move. By making this move, then we would need a utility vehicle at Station 3 to pull our trailer and to transport manpower to the scenes. So it's, there's a few moving parts in there, but that's the reason why we need a utility vehicle. Next, FT 0323. Again, part of our consolidation for the heavy rescue at Station 2, we need to replace our Jaws of Life, our airbag systems, our jack systems. We're getting rid of our old gas-powered hydraulic tools at Station 1 and at Station 3, and we're again consolidating that into Station 2, and we're going to convert those gas-powered tools to e-tools, which we call them, which are electric powered tools. This most of the Hearst equipment that we're using across the state of the department is over 20 years old, so it's due to be replaced. FDO 423, our digital pager upgrade. This is the last phase of going totally digital as of tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Actually, St. Catharines Communications will be converting Pelham over to fully digital. And we've been doing this, we've been working on this for 3 years now. So this purchase will enable us to get rid of the old analog system and be fully digital. And we'll be the 4th municipality out of 6 that are making this transformation. And that's the end of that.
So the total fire capital request is almost $1.2 million. And now we can open up for any questions to the fire chief.
And before I turn to members of council, Fire Chief, just on behalf of members of council, just like to express our gratitude of you and the top administration, and of course, moving your equipment around and looking for savings wherever possible for the residents. We really do appreciate that kind of planning and thinking. Thank you. Councilors, any questions to the chief on these items? Not seeing anyone.
Sorry, I just have one about the Jaws of Life, if that's okay.
Yep, of course.
Okay, so just if you could explain sort of I guess the benefit of the electric hydraulic tools, and are those, do you use those with a generator, or how do you make sure you always have access to electricity in a life-saving situation? And are these the new preferred ones to the gasoline ones? That's, I guess, my question.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question, Councillor, through Mr. Mayor. The transition to e-powered or electric powered tools across the fire industry is been going on for about 5 or 6 years now. We're getting away from gas powered tools, chainsaws, sawzalls, generators, power units, and so forth. They're high maintenance. They're always breaking down. We don't use them frequently enough to keep them up to speed. So we're always fighting with that kind of thing. So through the evolution Hearst has come up with, and there's a number of other manufacturers that have e-powered tools, and they're basically battery operated tools. There's cutters, spreaders, rams, just like the gas powered hydraulics. They're quicker, they're lighter, and they're stronger than the actual gas powered units. And most of our neighbors in the region have converted to this already, these e-tools over the last number of years.
Counselor?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? Back to you then, Treasurer.
Thank you, Fire Chief, for your update. The next one is the Public Works, and I'd like to call upon the Director of Public Works, Jason Marr, to go through this section. He's got multiple sections, so after a certain section, we could stop and ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present the Public Works capital budget request. As Teresa had mentioned, it is a lengthy budget, so I'll try to step through each section as quickly as possible, identifying the projects. We can ask questions following the completion of each section, and I will be going into more depth on some of the, I call them flagship projects, bigger projects, large capital budgets attached to them, or critical projects. So I will go into some more detail on those during my presentation. So the first is the facilities capital budget. There are approximately 30 town facilities where we have capital improvements. Some of those being the town hall, MCC, fire stations, libraries, Old Pelham Town Hall, operations centers, even other buildings such as the pool and change house, model railway building in Fenwick, and various other smaller buildings throughout the town. So in the facilities capital budget, there are two projects I'll go into a little bit more depth on, but FAC 0123, concrete and asphalt repairs. This is an annual program that we do along with either our asphalt patching program or our concrete replacement program. And basically the intent of this project is just to do miscellaneous concrete and asphalt repairs to our facilities. FAC 0223, paving for the town hall parking lot. When we originally tendered the town hall addition, there were certain limits on that project. This was a project that was added to the facilities budget in order to extend the asphalt paving to complete the entire parking area in the back area and along the side of town hall. There will be a portion that's replaced underneath the original tender for the town hall addition. This is to basically replace the additional parking areas adjacent to the building. FAC 0323 is a furnace replacement at Tice. FAC 0423, this is actually a project that goes under facilities. The Director of Recreation and Wellness, Vicki Van Ravensway, can speak to this if you have any questions, but it's for rental of table and chairs and the replacement of those. FAC 0523 is the Fawn Hill Library architectural design. So this is a budget of $300,000. This project was designated to do the design and engineering work ahead of a new library facility at the MCC location. So this project obviously will not move forward if that project is not approved to move forward. However, whether we do a rehabilitation on the existing library or improvements to that facility, there is a possibility that some of these funds could be directed towards a project to undertake that work. Next, Teresa. And FAC 0623. This is a project to basically construct and rehabilitate the washrooms at Centennial Park, make them accessible. There is a grant that is attached to this project. once we have received confirmation that that grant has been approved, then we will be able to move forward with this project. But this project is specifically to upgrade the washroom facilities and make them accessible. So the total budget for the facilities was $591,000, made up of those 6 projects. And if there's any questions with respect to those, I'll answer those at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Meyer, I've got it. It's Councilor Wink. Just have a question or comment with respect to the library architectural design. I think we'd be fooling ourselves to think that this project's going to go through. When we put through the original request for the grant, the cost of the new library was going to be around $9 million, of which 5.4 was going to be covered by a grant. 5.4 million was going to be covered by a grant. Now it's up to $17 million, and roughly that $11 million has to come out of reserves or debentures or whatever. I'd like to point out that that $17 million is approximately half of the cost of what we spent on the MCC. And I don't think through this type of economy that we're into that this is a viable project for the town. And I'd like to see it taken off the table. Is it possible that we red circle that one? Absolutely. We need to spend some money on the renovation design for the existing library, as far as brand new elevator and offices down below. But I don't think the design would come into the neighborhood of $300,000. So if we could possibly red circle that at this point in time, and kind of looking for support from the rest of the councilors on making a decision on the proposed new library.
Go ahead, Councilor Hildebrand.
Yes, to Councilor Wink's comments. I agree. I think we need to red circle the library design until financing, if Teresa can pull the rabbit out of the hat for that new library, is obtained. But like Councilor Wink said, it's highly unlikely. So yes, I would agree with his analysis and suggest we red circle the $300,000 for the design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Before any other councillor jumps in, if I could ask a question to Madame Treasurer, if we do red circle it, would that, well, let's put it this way, if it is red circled, would that hinder you in your quest to find any continuing your search for grants on that?
For you, Mr. Mayor, no, it doesn't. Red circling means that you just can't spend the money unless you find the grant money. The only concern I have here is if all of that money is red circled, right now we don't have anything for the existing library renovation or design. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
We're looking for grants right now. We've got a grant application that will be going in for the existing library in order to do the renovations that we're looking at, the elevator and other changes to make it AODA compliant. But right now, when this budget was done back in September, we were still looking at a new library. So we didn't have the existing library as an option. So I think that we do need some funds in here in order for us to explore the redesign of the existing library.
So how can we proceed? Would we take an X amount out of that 300,000 for the redesign of the existing library? How would you suggest we move on?
Yes, we can do that. We can take a portion out of that and use it for the existing library.
I see. And
And a portion of that would be red circled.
yes, and do you have a figure that we should pull
No,
out?
I would have to ask the Director of Public Works what he thinks would be reasonable.
Okay, back to you, Director Mark.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have been in contact with the architect that had designed the MCC and was assisting us with the grant application for the new library. We've engaged that that architect to come up with some budget numbers with respect to what would be required from a design perspective for the rehabilitation of the existing library. We don't have that information at this point in time back from that architect. It's very hard to say what the value of that work would be. I don't think it would be 300,000, but it would be difficult to identify a number right now at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. So how can we leave our options open on that, Madam Treasurer?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we can come back we can provide an update to council. There is a meeting on January 30th, a council meeting, so we can provide an update, and the capital budget does not get approved until February. So between now and when the capital budget's approved, we can provide an update with that number.
Okay, excellent. Council Wink, does that meet with your approval?
Yeah, that's fine. I would think that if we red circle it at this point in time, knowing full well that we're going to be spending money on the architectural redesign of the existing library, I'm fine with that.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions, comments on this segment of the Public Works budget? Oh, Councilor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to FAC 0323, Operations Center Replacement Furnace and HVAC Equipment. My view on replacement of any natural gas appliance needs careful review in light of zero carbon neutral design. A projected cost analysis associated with a replacement in this case, I think would be appropriate, seeing as the life of the building and the life of this furnace is another question in my mind. So I would like to make sure that it isn't just an automatic replace in kind of a piece of equipment.
Okay, to the director, Director Mark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll definitely take that into consideration. We are, if you look further in the forecast of the capital budget, you'll see a placeholder in there for an eventual replacement of the operations facility. So that is something that we are going to be looking towards implementing. Obviously, it's not going to be within the next year or two. So we will take under consideration the environmental impacts with respect to replacement of any equipment. But most likely, well, we're hoping that it's a short-term solution to our issues at TICE.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, can I jump in?
Yes, of course.
Yep. It was to do with the following up on Councillor Wink's comments relative to the architectural design for a new library, and then listening to the treasurer speak about being able to bring back revised information with respect to rehabilitation or redesign for the existing library. Would it not behoove us, rather than approving FAC 0523 as it's written, and having them back bring us something that's properly worded relative to the existing library rehabilitation? Part of my reasoning is that a red circle is talked about if funding's available. I have to be very I can't imagine finding an additional $11 million in grants for a new library, as Councillor Wink has noted that the additional costs. So The dilemma I see is that if suddenly there was $3 million in additional grants, we're still in the hole $8 million, and that still makes it highly unlikely that it would be funded. So that's my rationale for reworking FAC 0523 to reflect the existing library rather than architectural design for a new library.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go back to Madame Treasurer. Any comments on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so is Councillor asking just to remove the old library, the new library completely off the list based on the updated information and put something in there for the rehabilitation of the existing library?
That is correct.
Okay, well, then that's Councillor's choice. That's
I guess part of the reason for my bringing this up is that the wording of it attributes it to a specific thing, and somehow we're circling this money to a different direction from what was stated on the proposed capital budget. So I'd rather see it succinctly stated for what the funding would be for, rather than well, we weren't using it for this, we're going to use it for something else instead.
No, when we would bring it back with the updated the updated information, then FAC 0523 would also be updated to reflect exactly what was happening. We would not leave it referring to the new library. We would change the wording to reflect the existing library.
Okay, thank you. As long as that would happen, then
Yes,
I'm,
yes, of course.
I'm quite content. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else comments on this section?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Olson, I believe.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's through you to, I imagine it's Mr. Cook if he's there. FAC 0623, Centennial Park Concession Design and Construction. Two questions. Does that include the shade feature that the Lions Club has asked for at the concession? And the second question is, it indicates the design and construction. Is this a true design and build process that we're undertaking here? And I see on the chart in front of me now that the 185 has a red circle around it. So is there a grant for that, or is this all coming from reserves?
I can answer the grant part through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a $150,000 grant attached to that we have applied for through Trillium. We're just waiting for final confirmation on that.
And Mr. Cook, are you there, or the Director of Public Works, Mr. Murray, you want to tackle that question?
I can give it a shot. And Mr. Cook is on the line tonight, and he's available to answer any questions. He is the expert on his area of study there, so we will refer questions to him. With this particular question, there is a grant associated with it. The scope of work is to rehabilitate the washrooms exclusively and to make an accessible universal washroom. It does not include any improvements to the concession stand, does not include an awning or a covered area outside of that concession stand. So the way we planned on proceeding with this project is, again, to complete a design through an architecture firm and then putting it out to tender. That was the intent on this particular project, to do the traditional design bid build. And with respect to any additions that are requested, if there's a request from the user group to have some type of awning, then we could look at putting that into as a provisional item into the tender to incorporate that work as part of the project.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Olson. Any other questions, comments? Not seeing or hearing anyone, we will return to Madame Treasurer.
So the Director of Public Works will continue on with his budgets.
Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Thank you. So we'll touch on, in the presentation, we'll touch on now roads and water and wastewater. That's the largest portion of the capital budget that you'll see tonight, with roads being the largest. So I will get into some more detail on these projects, but I will run through them again for everybody's reference. RDO 123 is a pavement condition assessment. So this is basically a study that looks at the overall condition of our road network. That's important because it gives us an idea what the overall condition of our road is. It gives basically a benchmark on where we stand with respect to not only past years, but also other municipalities. It provides valuable information on the condition of each road segment within the town, and allows us to feed that information into our asset management plan, which is very important. And also this study is very important in providing engineering staff with the tool to be able to make informed choices on what roads and what road sections get rehabilitated. So the last time we did this study was in 2019, and it's something that we'd like to do as a department every 2 to 3 years. So that is that project. RDO 223 is the Cream Street Bridge replacement. I don't want to spoil my slides for a little bit later. So this is a project I will get into some more detail on, and it's a bridge replacement project. RDO 323, Pancake Lane, or sorry, the design of Pancake Lane. So this project is a design assignment. We're looking at eventually reconstructing Pancake Lane between Hay Street and Pelham Street. It would include a full urbanization. At this point, we're expecting it to be also full underground servicing replacement, water main, sanitary sewer, storm sewer. Currently, the cross section is a semi-urban cross section, which means it doesn't have storm sewer system. It relies on roadside ditches for drainage. So that would be eliminated as part of that project, and we would have a complete urbanized road cross section. Best practice is to do design work at least 2 to 3 years ahead of the actual planned construction. What that does is it gives you the opportunity to identify utility conflicts, property issues, and it allows us to get a better handle on what the estimate for the construction project will be when we do it in successive stages like that. So this project is specifically to do design work, not for construction. RDO 423, again, this will be a project I get into a little bit more detail on. LED streetlight replacement project. It is phase 2 of 2 phases. We completed the first, well, we are in process of completing the first phase now. The first phase was replacement of 560 streetlights at a cost of $250,000. This project, an additional $700,000 is to replace the remaining lights within the town of Pelham. RDO 523 concrete repair and replacement program. So this is our sidewalk replacement program. It's an annual program that we undertake. We've been running with this capital budget amount for years. We've always used it, and basically it's to make sure we're covered with respect to liability issues with sidewalks and basically do the repairs in order to meet the minimum maintenance standards. RDO 623 is a culvert replacement program. We have the ability in-house in our operations department to do culvert repairs. When they get to a certain size and you need certain types of equipment, it gets beyond our capabilities. So this project is a capital project, again, that's not identified specifically for any one particular culvert replacement at this point in time, but in the event that we run into issues or have failures of larger culverts that are beyond our scope, then we're able to contract a contractor to do the work for us. RDO 723 is an engineering account, capital account. This project is basically used to fund any studies, engineering studies that are required throughout the year. A good example of this would be, we had a discussion last night at council with respect to Port Robinson Road and undertaking an intersection warrant study or a speed study. This is the capital project that funds those types of engineering projects. As part of that PCI program I had discussed, they identified in that report that we should be spending at least $150,000 a year on maintenance of our roads. This is above and beyond our road rehabilitation program. So this is an annual program we have. It's $200,000 this year, the ask. It's basically what we've had in the last few years. And it's to carry out any miscellaneous asphalt paving, patching that's required around the town to keep our roads safe. RD 0923, our road rehabilitation program, and again, I'll expand on this one a little bit. But this is again based on our PCI study completed in 2019. They recommended that the town spend in excess of $3 million a year on road rehabilitation. In past years, our budget for this project has been in the order of $550,000 to $600,000, so severely underfunded. What we're finding is that our rural road system specifically is starting to reach the end of its service life. We're spending a lot of operational time and money on patching potholes. It's a growing concern for the department, and so this year we're asking for a more robust program, which would include it could include asphalt paving in the urban areas. It could also include road rehabilitation projects within the rural areas of town. RD 1023 sign retro reflectivity. This is supposed to be done annually. It's a legislative requirement, and it's a study that goes that basically allows the town to make sure that we have proper signage in place and meets the reflectivity requirements for the standard. RD 1123 is a stormwater maintenance facility project. We're asking for $100,000. We already have prior approved funding based on the 2022 capital budget to undertake a stormwater facility maintenance study. This is going to be a detailed study that's going to look at all of our stormwater facility ponds and facilities in order to get a good handle on what maintenance requirements are required. This is additional funding that will allow us to award that project. We have issued the RFP for it, and we are waiting to award this assignment. So this is additional funding that will be added to that prior approved funding to allow us to complete that study and bring a fulsome report to council. And then finally, RD 1223, Cambro Road Cycling Initiative. This is a red circle project. It is attached to a grant, and it is a project that basically satisfies a request from the PATC. This is one of their high priority projects. It removes the rumble strips on Cambro Road between Oak Ridge Lane and Effingham Street, and basically provides new paved shoulders so that cyclists have a more safe area to occupy the road with vehicles. RD 1323, Quaker Road reconstruction. This is one of our largest projects that we're going to be undertaking this year. It's a regional project where the town is working in conjunction with the region to deliver this project. The region's project is a full it's a full replacement of their sanitary sewer trunk from Pelham Street all the way to Rice Road. The town of Pelham is in charge of the road between Pelham Street and Line Avenue. So this is a section again that has been identified as high traffic area, no pedestrian or active transportation facilities. So we are taking the opportunity to work with the region to basically replace all of our underground infrastructure on the section of road and provide a safe environment for not only vehicles, but also pedestrians and cyclists. RD 1423, design for the road rehabilitation Effingham Street. So this is a project that it basically extends from Highway 20 south to Canberra Road. We had, from the regional outlet, we have quite a bit of water that will run down the east ditch and is causing erosion and loss of the shoulder of the roadway. So this is a design assignment that would be let out so that we can try to come up with a solution to that drainage issue and help protect that section of roadway. And again, I will go through these fairly quickly. RD 1523 is Summersides Boulevard, secondary servicing and landscaping. When the development builds out, we work with the developers to complete surface course paving and landscaping within the boulevard areas on Summersides. So we've set aside $263,000 for that this year. Bridge design, RD 1623. This is a bridge design assignment that would focus on one of the bridges based on our 2022 biannual bridge inspections. And the intent is to complete the design on this bridge, these bridges, for construction in 2024 and 2025. So this is strictly a design assignment. RD 1723, road slope failure investigation. This is, there's two areas that engineering staff are concerned with. One is on Sulphur Springs Road, basically just south of the failure, the emergency failure that was just completed. And one is on Center Street, just north of Roland Road. So these two areas are experiencing loss of the shoulder and part of the lane. And this assignment is to complete the design and look at alternatives on how we would rehabilitate those sections of roadway. RD 1823, construction of additional parking at Ridgeville. This is a project that the last council had asked be included as part of the 2023 capital budget. And it is a project to provide additional parking spaces in the town of Ridgeville, adjacent to our water filling station. RD 1923, parking lots at Emerald Trails. This is for the property and development at 114 Hay Street, the old Arena Lands. This is basically a cost sharing with the developer to construct two public parking spaces or parking lots adjacent to the existing soccer field as part of that development. And then the final project in the roads is RD 2023, Wellington Height School Crossing. This again was a request from the previous council to look at a safer crossing at that school and on Canberra Road. So we would look at working with the region to design and implement a PXO style crossing. Again, there's two different types, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail in the following slides. So the proposed total roads budget is just over $7 million. I know that's a lot of information I just threw at you. I do have other slides where I get into more details about some of the projects. So if I can go through that now, I think, and then we can go back and ask questions on the whole spreadsheet for the roads, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Perfect. So Cream Street is one of the bridge replacements that we're looking at undertaking this year. We do a biannual bridge inspection. We're legislated to do that. And that inspection report basically gives you an overall condition of the bridges and gives you conditions and recommendations for improvements on each individual structure. This has a BCI, or Bridge Condition Index, of 48, and this is based on the 2019 inspection. So if you look at the bottom picture, you can see the water line there, and this is a multi-plate structure, similar to a lot of this is considered a bridge because it's got a span of larger than 3 meters and a cover of less than 2 feet. So that's the definition for a bridge. But you can see on the lower right, the water line. What happens is with these steel plate structures is over time you get corrosion and deterioration of that pipe. Next slide. This is not this is not a structure that was located in Pelham. But it is from another local municipality within Niagara region. So these are the things you got to be concerned with, because you don't see a lot of these things from up top. If you look at the top right picture, you'll see that there's a hole that's opened up. Obviously, if you've seen that, you would be alarmed and you would notify Public Works, and we would go and inspect it and make sure everything was safe. But this starts out as a very small hole. And what happens is, over time, where that culvert has deteriorated at the water line, you'll start to get loss of fill. In this particular case, if you look at the bottom right picture, it's very hard to tell, but that hole that you see at the top right-hand side, basically underneath it, you could fit the size of a car. So that's how much material has washed away, and very little indication that there are any issues at all from the surface. So next. We've done a number of these bridge replacements. One, we did 16 road bridge back in 2021. And what we're using now is high strength materials, more durable materials, HDPE type pipe. They don't corrode, and they've been very cost effective for us. So this is just one example of a project that was done very recently. Next slide. The road rehabilitation program, I touched on this. We have, the upper pictures will show you what the condition of a lot of our rural roads are like. Again, we spend an awful lot of money on operating costs for labor and materials to patch roads. It's basically a full-time job for our road staff from basically now until almost the middle of the summer. So we need to come up with a cost-effective solution to rehabilitate our roads. That's why the ask this year has gone from $550,000 to $1 million. These are projects we did last year. You can see the before and after. And we try to use different techniques, using recycling techniques to try to reuse as many of the materials as we can. In the rural area, that's easy to do because you're not fixed to grades with curbs and that type of thing and catch basins. So we can raise the grade a little bit. So we try to use different recycling techniques to rehabilitate and stretch the dollar as far as we can. Next, I discussed Pancake Lane. So this is the typical cross section that you'd see on Pancake Lane now. It's seeing an increased volume of traffic and in need of a full urbanized cross section. And this urbanization will also, it'll improve all of our underground infrastructure. It'll also help support some of the developments that are planned along Pancake Lane. The LED streetlight replacement project. We ended up having more lights than what we thought. Through this study in phase 1, we actually did a detailed inventory of all of our street lights. So we have about 1,600 street lights in the town. Under phase 1 that was approved by the previous council, we replaced 560 street lights. That program is still underway. And phase 2 will include the remaining lights within the town at an estimated cost of $700,000 for a total overall project cost of about $950,000. The estimates and what the consultant has explained to us is that we should expect to receive cost savings in the amount of 65 to 70%. And when you look at the payback, straight payback, it's a payback of about 4 to 5 years on the investment. Quaker Road reconstruction. This would be the largest project that the town would undertake for reconstruction this year. It is being led and managed by the region. So in essence, we are a cost sharing. We would have involvement with the management of the project. So we would have staff that would be assigned to this and oversee from the town's perspective the project. But it is a project that will be designed, bid, led by Niagara region. So our total estimated cost for the entire portion is about 3.9 million, 2.1 of which would be road work. And you can see from the cross section below, we'll be looking at The proposed cross-section is 2 lanes of traffic, so we're not increasing the number of traffic lanes, but we are providing on-road cycling facilities as well as pedestrian sidewalks on both sides of the road. The Canberra Road Cycling Initiative. Again, this is basically a project to make cycling and pedestrian users safer on this section of roadway. There are rumble strips on both sides of the road right now, and it makes it difficult for cyclists to use that section of road safely with the rumble strips in place. So this project, if again, grant funding is available and awarded to us, then the project would be to remove the rumble strips, create paved shoulders, and allow for a safer facility for active transportation users. The last project to touch on in detail would be the pedestrian crossover. So I wanted to bring this up because the budget has a level 2 type budget. So on the bottom right is a type C. So that is what we have proposed as part of the budget. So you would have signs on either side, detailed pavement markings with flashing lights on the sides of the road. If you move up to a level 3 design, which is type B, that's where you have the arms that come over top of the roadway. It's a little bit more elaborate. The cost to go to that type of system would be in the order of $50,000. We've had discussions with the region. Town staff as well as regional staff don't believe that a type B or a level 3 PXO crossing is required. We feel that the level 2 would be sufficient in this case, and that's what we've included in the budget. So if you want to go back, Teresa, to the main spreadsheet, and I'll open it up to any questions for any of the projects that are on there.
Thank you for that portion of the presentation, Director of Public Works. I guess before I go to other members of council, if I may, I was in talking to the director today about the 200,000 or whether it's 200 or 250 on the Sulphur Springs problem, shall we say, and without going into a lot of details, we might, instead of having that being a study, if we can indeed do it as a design build, we may be able to jump right into the repair of the situation without doing the and combining the engineering with the repair. Is that correct, Mr. Moore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I will say that the work that has already been done on Sulphur Springs Road, the 2 repair areas, were done under a design build delivery model. So town staff, that's the way we issued those 2 repairs based on council's recommendation and direction. So we have delivered a project like that previously. And so this project we could definitely use that same type of delivery model to look at this particular area on Sulphur Springs Road. That would definitely be an option that staff could consider moving forward for this project. I would say that, again, until you know what the scope of work will be and some engineering work is done, it would be difficult to identify an estimate for the construction portion of it as well. But it is very possible that you could put a design build assignment and have the design work and construction done for the budget that's identified here.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, quite a few number of projects here. Any questions or comments on these projects? I see Councilor Hildebrand, you had your hand up first. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I agree with your analysis of the Sulphur Springs situation. I think we were very successful in instituting a new process model for that. And I'm hoping in the future that we can expand this, because when we look at the design of Pancake Lane, we have many contractors now, in my view, that have the capabilities of doing design build. If the department still wants to keep the 3-year cycle, which I think they seem to like, which is the first year is you get the design done, and then you go for an RFQ, and then you issue the RFQ. You could release the RFQ to contractors who have that capability. I think it just eliminates one step in the process, and I appreciate your comments with regards to Sulphur Springs, and I would definitely be in support of that. If I have several other comments I'm going to make, but that covers my road comments before I go to some other areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to expand on Councillor Hildebrandt's comments, and they are good comments. When we talk about design build projects, those projects are very successful and very advantageous to the owner when there's a certain level of ingenuity involved with the project and a certain amount of flexibility available to the contractor to complete the works. So one thing I will say is with a lot of our linear infrastructure projects, and I consider the Pancake Lane project to be one of those where we're replacing underground services and reconstructing the road. We are very fixed to provincial specifications, Niagara regional specs, and the construction methods to do that type of work are very standardized. So it is a possibility. It's those types of projects are probably better suited to a traditional design bid build, and that process does also give you the ability as the owner to identify conflicts and issues with any utilities. You're absolutely right, Councillor Hildebrandt. A design build assignment is usually quicker. It usually does allow the contractor to get started on the project sooner because they don't necessarily need to finish the complete design before they start to do the work. But in my experience and the experience of people at Niagara Region that I've talked to that have done some of these larger projects, the linear infrastructure projects and the straight road reconstruction projects are better delivered using a traditional design bid build. It's when you get into projects like similar to Sulphur Springs Road, or perhaps even a road rehabilitation program where you may want to rely on contractors' ideas to come up with some inventive ways to rehabilitate and recycle roads. I think that has a lot of opportunity. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Olson, were you up?
Yes, I have. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, and Director Marx answered part of my question, which was going to be about RT 0923, and make the observation that to go from 550,000 to $1 million is quite a jump. But I do agree that the rural roads do need some extra attention. I was going to ask him and about what this, you said that this would be an ideal example of design and build project, and also make the observation that I think the Cream Street project, resurfacing project, was a big success. We've got a beautiful roadway there now, and it's elevated, and it doesn't seem to, it seems to me it's not going to have the same problems that other roads had. So if you could make a comment about that, Director. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I do see opportunity with respect to delivering that project as a design build type project. So we try to, especially with the new excess soil regulations in place, you don't want to excavate materials and take them off site. You want to try to reuse them in place whenever possible. Town staff and the engineering department has done an excellent job in using recycled materials on our rehabilitation projects. For instance, in the past couple of years, we've done a couple of different projects. We've used microsurfacing to try to improve the rideability of roads. We've done pulverizing and regrading of the existing road, and then using recycled cold mix as a base with surface treatment on top. So these techniques, these recycling techniques are proven. There are a number of different ways to do it based on what the materials are in place. And so I think this does have some merit with respect to trying to rely on the expertise and skill of different types of contractors that do different types of processes to try to extend our road rehabilitation dollars and get the most bang for our buck.
Okay.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Kerr?
Yes, I'd just like to address RD 2023. The drawings that you have, Director, your type C crossing, just to let you know, already exists. There is signage there. There is pavement marking there. But the dilemma of that particular location is such that no one knows that there's a school that exists there. I grew up, I went to that school. I've walked that road many, many, many times. Personally, I think, though the region may not agree, that you should be looking at a type B crossing. Part of the rationale is that there's a stop sign at Balfour Street, and then there is no other stop sign until you reach Regional Road 24. There's a high degree of tendency of people leaving the Balfour Street stop sign and driving extremely quickly until they get to the village of Fenwick. In fact, many people, as I said, don't even know that the Wellington Heights School is there because its main vehicle access is off Allsop Avenue. Flashing lights, it says, if you drive down the road right now, there's a sign that says pedestrian crossing ahead, must stop for pedestrians, and nobody, and I walk my dog every day down that road, has ever stopped for a person going to cross the road at that point. Flashing lights, in my opinion, a mechanism to identify that and highlight that there is that crossing there and have it accurately defined would be far more reasonable than just really what I will call just a minor touch-up of what already exists with his crossbars for people to walk across, the two white signs, and the sign that says pedestrian crossing ahead. But the diagram you have there in type C already exists at Wellington Heights Crossing right now on Canberra Road.
Any comments on that to the director?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, the crossing that is in place now is in accordance with current standards. Has there been issues there? There has been, and that's a reason why council had addressed, the previous council had addressed it with staff and wanted it to be included as part of this budget request. If this council would like to see a more elaborate type of crossing, such as the type B, then my recommendation would be to increase that budget line item from 30,000 to 50,000.
I personally would be all for that.
Okay, Counselor, any other comments from any other counselors on that? I know
Yes,
that if I can just say, Mr. Jason, the type of crossing you're talking about, does that not exist as you go into St. Catharines on the west side, going into the western part? And it seems to me as if that crossing is somewhat different than what's it stands out more, maybe just because it's there's no, I don't know, for whatever reason, when you goes up to that particular crossing going into St. Catharines, it has the white flashing lights, and it just seems to and it doesn't, and this would be the smaller one. It's not the one with the bar over the road. I don't know. It just seems to me like that one somehow different than the one in and Canberra Road. The one in Canberra Road does not have white flashing lights on it, does it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I don't believe so. And this is a great opportunity for me to invite my manager of Public Works, Ryan Cook, into the meeting to speak.
Mr. Cook, some comments.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The Type C actually does come with flashing lights, and that's why it's a $30,000 option. So it's not quite like what's on Canberra Road now. What's set up there is a Type A crossing for pedestrians and PXOs. You can actually use these things anywhere mid-block. They're not really necessarily designed for school zones, although they are recommended to be used in school zones where there's no crossing guard. So really, these are the Type C and Type B are best for mid-block crossings, no matter what is there. The crossing at Wellington Heights, the sidewalk on the south side of the road ends there, so that's why the crossing was placed there instead of other places. That's why it's not up at Cherry Ridge or anywhere else where there's an intersection. It's specifically designed for that application. But a Type C does have flashing lights. They are very bright, and it will make that crossing a lot more visible as you're coming in. A little bit of education on drivers too. The more of these things that show up, the more likely vehicles will stop, and they're also effective for traffic calming for that particular reason, as a driver actually has to be aware that they exist and then know what their responsibilities as a driver are versus a pedestrian.
All right, thank you
Mr.
for
Mayor?
that. Yes.
That crossing has been there for, well, since the early 1950s when the school was built. That point of access from that crossing was the original access point to E.W. Farr Memorial School. That's why that crossing was put there. A dilemma with that particular crossing, unlike other schools, and I'll use the example of St. Alexander's or St. Anne's in Fenwick, is that there's no great wide open area prior to the school or to the frontage of the school for that particular crossing. I worked actually as a kid at that particular crossing years ago when they used to have school crossing guards that were children that were in the school. They had a grade 8 student in the morning cross students across Canberra Road. My point being, and I understand the flashing lights on the white, it's not a dramatic increase over what's there in terms of signage for $30,000 from my perspective. I'm saying if it takes $50,000 to put something overhead, I'm far more into that because people will notice it far greater than they would strictly a blinking light on the side of the road. No one, again, living here, walking it every day, being through there through the school hours, as well as being a personal pedestrian, you take your life into your hands if you want to cross there thinking that someone's going to stop because there's been a flashing light to tell them to stop on the side of the road. Something overhead for the extra 20,000, again, that's my push.
I will tend to disagree on that because if you can't stop somebody, if they don't look at the white flashing lights, I don't know if a bar going across the road at 20 feet up or 12 feet up is going to catch their attention either, sir. But
we'll agree to disagree. I've just come back from Acadia University in Wolfville, and they all have overhead lights, and they work.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Kirk. Councilor Nesnick, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. So I hope I don't muddy the waters, but the circle where it's showing the pedestrian crossover is actually at a T intersection. My thought was that the wanting for the better pedestrian crossover markings was up further where it's just the little walk through that cuts through kind of a fieldy thing right into the parking lot of Wellington Heights Public School. Do I have that wrong though? Maybe I'm just muddying the waters. I didn't think this was the crossing area, Cherry Ridge and Canberra. I thought it was up further where there's just a straight walk through that's
correct.
Been there forever and ever.
Yep.
I think that's where we wanted the better marked crosswalk.
Exactly.
Yes, that's the one I believe we're talking about.
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you passed the test. that was a test. See if you're paying attention. That was, this error was caught after the publishing of the slides and the presentation. So yes, you are correct. That area where the circle is actually further to the west.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one other question, but it's about a different line. So let me know when you want me to ask that question.
Well, you have the floor right now. Counselor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Jason, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's for Jason as well with regards to the Quaker Road redo, RD 1323. Just wondering if there had been any conversation with regards to the intersection of Line Avenue and Quaker Road of turning that into possibly a small roundabout, or just because it's such an awkward intersection because it's offset, Line Avenue and then becomes Clare and it's kind of offset and you have to jig and jog. Just wondering if there was any conversation with regards to reworking that intersection.
To the director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, there was no conversations with respect to a roundabout. It also is a kind of an awkward intersection because portion of it is inside of the limits of the city of Welland. So it's kind of a shared intersection as well. But it would remain as a four-way stop controlled intersection as part of the new design.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Eckert, I don't see you on my screen, but I think you had your hand up before. And any questions?
Yes, I hope everybody can hear me. I think I took myself off mute.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, just to comment on a couple of things. RD 1423, I'm glad to see, Mr. Marr, that we're looking at that on Effingham Road because in significant rainfalls, that's a mess. The water crosses the road in several locations and is definitely washing out the side on the east side. So I'm glad to see we're looking at that. Next, I really like the idea of looking at this crossing, enhanced crossing on Canberra Road. But I just want to bring council's attention to probably an equally dangerous, urgent situation. And that's the crossing on Pancake Lane, coming from the subdivision across Pancake onto Cherry Street. The town has enhanced that with signs and painted the roadway, but as Constable Kerr or Councillor Kerr said, nobody stops for the kids, and there's a ton of kids that cross there heading to AK Wig School. So I think if we're going to increase that budget to 50,000, let's increase a little more and do both of them. But that's an area that we need to be looking at. And my last question to Mr. Marr is the streetlight replacement. Does that mean the two that have been out on Cherry Street for so long are finally going to work?
To the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we are still, we have actually the contractor that does the maintenance work on behalf of the town is the contractor that was retained by Real Term Energy, our consultant, to undertake the conversion program. They are also doing that. So we are working with our contractor to obviously repair streetlights that are out, and if it comes to a point where they need to be replaced, then they are replacing them with LED. So we will, if there's been a public service request that's come in for a streetlight that's out, we maintain a list of that goes to our contractor weekly, and they work through that list on a priority basis to try to rectify the issues. So the answer is yes. When the LED streetlights, we're replacing all the lights within the town in 2023 if this council approves that line item.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hildebrand, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to comment with regards to Councillor Kerr's comment with regards to the crossing and on Canberra. I agree with the extra expenditure of $20,000. That school has contacted me with the safety and the near misses that they've had. And for $20,000, I think that's money well spent. With that, I'd like to go to RD 1923, which is the Emerald Trails parking lot. And the question I have for the director is, what are the contractual terms of release of funds to the developer for this money? When does he get this money and when does he get paid?
To the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the details of the actual agreement and the contract, I can't speak to. I do know that the developer will be doing the work and will be invoicing the town for that work once it's complete. The parking areas are on town property and they will be maintained by the town in the future.
Thank you. I like that he'll invoice us once the work's complete. I appreciate that.
Go ahead. Yeah, any other questions, Counselor?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Yes,
Mr.
through you,
Mayor?
Mr. Mayor.
Council Wink, I heard you first.
Yeah, thanks. RD 1223 Canberra Road Cycling Initiative. I understand the need to get rid of the rumble strips. But going back, the rumble strips were there for a reason, and that was safety. With the $843,750, is that going to include guardrails on the north side of the road? Because there's a substantial drop off by Rumar Farms. So that's creating, we're trying to fix one thing, but creating a safety issue on top of it.
To the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, good question. When we put this grant submission together, we retained the services of an engineering firm to put together a design, which would include up to 25-30% to conceptualize it and to come up with some preliminary costs. Obviously, if this grant was approved and this project moves forward, we would retain the services of a consulting engineer to do the design. At that point in time, they would determine if there was requirements for guide rails in any location along there. That has not been determined yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Council Wink, at this
No,
time?
that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council Olson, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to the crossing. I think one of the things that we've suffered with over the last couple of years with the crossing was a shortage of marking material. I think that was during the pandemic, and I think that's one of the reasons why the crossing hasn't been so visible. The other reason is it's on a slope. When you're coming down a slope, you don't generally see the crossing markings on the road. So I don't think that will change. But what I'm going to suggest is that perhaps we renew the markings themselves. Plus, if we put a crossing mark like a railroad crossing sign on the pavement on each side of the road, maybe that would be a low cost, effective way of doing it, because I don't think there's too many things that can be done with that crossing, unless you want to put a flashing light on that's activated by a button, or you put a crossing guard there. And we've asked about that before, and it doesn't warrant that. So I wouldn't be supportive of an increase in the budget for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on any other subject in this section, Councillor Olson?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments on this section? All right, Mr. Murray.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to wastewater. So these are here's the projects that we have slated as part of the wastewater budget. I'll run through them quickly. Again, I'll expand on a few in later slides. WST 0123 sewage pumping station, Northwest Fenwick. This is a project to install a pumping station, which is in conjunction with the region and the developer. It's servicing developments such as Oak Haven Estates. This is our cost sharing into the pumping station for that development and to service the other developments in that area. At this point in time, we have not received an application. So this is this particular project is very likely that it will not proceed in 2023. But in the event that it was moving forward and we don't have that answer yet, that we put the $600,000 into the budget for this year. But this is something that unless we get a submission very soon, will not happen in 2023. WSTO 223 I&I study. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but this is basically it says an I&I study, but what we use this program for, it's a capital account. We use it to tighten up and make our sanitary sewer system watertight. So most of our resurfacing projects we do, or any road reconstruction projects we do, you'll see concrete rings placed around our manhole lids that prevents them from failing and allowing water to infiltrate into our sanitary system. WSTO 323 CCTV inspection, very similar to the annual or the every third year implementation of the PCI study or a biannual BCI. This is basically a cammering of our sanitary sewer system. We try to get to at least 1/3 of the town every year. And it's basically the sanitary sewer system is videoed, and it gives us indications on deficiencies and what repairs need to be made to the sanitary system. WSTO 423 capital construction repairs. This is a capital account. Again, there's no particular project that's designated to this. It's an annual program, and it's to do any major sanitary sewer lateral replacements that are required throughout the year, whether it's blockages or damaged pipe. And usually these projects are identified quickly because of sewer backups, and then we would get quotations and engage a contractor to do the repairs under this account. WSTO 523 Church Street sanitary upgrades. I'll talk about this one in a little bit more detail. This is a sanitary sewer replacement on Church Street for upsizing the existing sanitary system. There was prior approved funding on this in the amount of $2.5 million. In 2022, we tendered the project. It came in over budget, so this is the additional funds to undertake that work. WSTO 623 Quaker Road sanitary replacement. So this is the sanitary sewer component of that Quaker Road project. And the way we budget for capital projects is we break them down into the different reserves. So we have a roads component of 2.1 million, a sanitary of 1,050,000, and then you'll see later in the presentation of the water budget, there will be a component for the water as well. And WST 0723 Foss Road sanitary sewer design. This is additional work to do design studies for the Foss Road sanitary sewer upgrade. It basically runs from Church Street to the regional pumping station, and I'll get into some of the details on that in the following slides. Okay. So our wastewater system, I like showing these slides, especially for the new council. We undertook a forecast and created a model of our sanitary sewer system several years ago now, back in 2017. And we're updating that model now. So I'm hoping as part of my 2024 budget presentation, we'll have a new map. But in general, our sanitary system, it's kind of hard to see, is very tight and in good shape. The two bottlenecks, and these are the projects I'm going to be speaking to in more detail. If you look on the left-hand side down in Fenwick, is Church Street from Canberra Road down to Foss, and then from Foss from Church Street down to the pumping station. So those are the bottlenecks where we have capacity issues, and really those bottlenecks are hindering development in Fenwick and need to be upsized. So we do sanitary CCTV inspections. I talked about that. We identify areas where we need to do rehabilitations or some are minor fixes, some are full replacements of laterals, that type of thing. So we have a good handle on that. Again, this study was completed in 2017. We're currently redoing that study now and hope to have some more data back in the springtime this year. The CCTV program this year is 115,000. Again, we try to get to a third of the network. So what you try to do is there's water and then there's wastewater. So the water, your water system, you want to make it so there's no leaks, so you're not spending additional money on lost water. Same with sanitary sewer. You want to make your system leak proof and tight, because the region measures the volume of sanitary sewer that they treat, and then that costs the town, and it also costs the region for having to treat that water. So we do certain things to try to make our system tight, especially in the urban areas. You see a picture of a manhole with a concrete ring around it. Call them concrete isolation manholes. We do that on most of our projects now to try to prevent failure of those manholes and infiltration of unwanted water. Projects that we may look at doing in the future and not necessarily limited to that are relining projects for some of our older sanitary systems. Again, that's something that can be done to help alleviate the inflow and infiltration. So the one project I wanted to focus on was Church Street. Again, we're upgrading the sanitary sewer from 250 millimeters to 375 millimeters, all the way from Canberra Road down to Foss Road. We estimate the total project cost to be in the order of $4 million. This was tendered in 2022. It came back at a tender price of $3.7 million. At that point in time, staff brought a report to council. Council decided to defer this project to 2023. So we are asking for the additional funds to complete the work, and we're looking to get a tender pending council approval on the budget. We're looking at getting a tender out this winter for that work. One of the issues that we have on Church Street and Foss Street are the consistency and of the materials. As you move from Fenwick down towards Foss Road, you start to get running into almost flowing sand, and it's very difficult to provide open excavations in that material. There's high water tables, which complicates the issues. And just happens that we have CP rail tracks that cross Foss Road and Church Street within the limits of the job. So care has to be taken in putting the sanitary sewer across those railway tracks within the railway right away. So we've done extensive engineering on this through consultants. In this particular case, we're going to be using a jack and bore method, where they basically ram a pipe through, auger out the material, and put a casing through that pipe so that we can install our sanitary sewer within the right of way of the CP rail. It is quite costly. Out of that 3.7 million, about 850,000 of that is dedicated strictly to that 30-meter crossing. So this is high cost stuff, and with the railways, it's always a concern that they have with respect to settlements and making sure that they maintain and keep their railway open and safe. And so that's a large part of the cost involved with these projects, unfortunately. Foss Street is the other one. This project has been in the design phase now for some time. We're approximately at 90% design completion. The consultant has come back and looked for additional funds for completing the design, carrying out further studies with respect to the ground conditions surrounding the CP rail. At this point in time, We've got a budget line item for an additional 300,000 to undertake some additional design work, geotechnical work, put together permits and look at studies involving excess soil reuse. So the cost for this project has expanded exponentially. Originally, it was in the order of $4 million. It's over $5.2 million now. A lot of it is related to the soil type and the crossing of the CP rail. The consultant that we had retained was not comfortable with using a jack and bore method and actually has recommended a micro-tunneling technique, which is a much more less invasive type of process, but much more costly. So at this point in time, staff are going to table the design, and we're going to look at putting together a new RFP, which would build on the work of the previous consultant and look towards other solutions for this project. So if there's any questions with respect to wastewater, I think we can answer those now.
Jason, if I may, regarding the tunneling under the tracks, obviously you've the consultant or town has approached CP Rail and they're comfortable with either form, or especially with the one that you are presently looking at, tunneling system. They're okay with that then, I take it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've advanced the design works obviously on Church Street a lot further than we have with Foss, and we have the soil conditions are different at that location than they are half a kilometer south, which is if anybody knows that area, that's I guess that's one of the concerns with as you move further south, you get into higher water tables and more issues. So with Church Street, the railway company has been engaged by our consultant in the town, and they are comfortable with our approach and methodology for that project.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, council, any other questions from any councilors, comments on this section? Don't see or hear.
Mayor Junkin?
Oh, there we go. Councillor Kerr.
Yes, with respect to the sewage pumping station for northwest area of Fenwick, refers to proposed development. Just so people are aware, there are no open lots all the way along Maple Street available for development other than the Oak Haven Estates. This particular pumping station would be strictly to assist them, as none of the houses that exist on all of the building lots that fill completely from Balfour Street on Memorial Drive all the way to Maple and then all the way up Maple Street, none of those houses require sewer systems attached to them. They have existing septic systems and everything is completely functional. So I guess to bring this to, it's not an advantage to those that already live there, and it's also not an advantage to those wishing to build there because there are no building spaces other than within Oak Haven. So the $600,000, if it's not spent until Oak Haven really moves along to a much more significant degree, putting in this particular pumping station is not really particularly advantageous.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Kerr. Any other comments on this section? Not seeing anyone. To the director.
Okay. So our water system, a few projects on here again. It's not a very long list. Quaker Road, WTR 0123. Again, this is the water main portion of that project. We've included a budget of $800,000 for that. And then water 0223 is our water system repair equipment. And this is an annual capital account that we use to purchase various hydrants, that type of thing, to do repairs. Next slide. Teresa, I'm not sure if you want to discuss water.
So the next
0323.
one for 0323 is the water rate study. Every 5 years, we do a study to look at the capital projects relating to water and wastewater, and are we charging enough of our rates? Are our rates adequate enough to fund these future projects? And that's what this study is. So we did one in 2018, and now we're due to do one in 2023, and it's legislated that we do this study. And that's the total proposed budget for water is $850,000.
Any other comments, Jason? Or are you done your presentation?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's all I had. There's one more slide for the water. There it is. It just gives you an overview of our water system. Again, council has had the discussions with respect to the Safe Water Drinking Act and the requirements around that. So I'm very happy to say that the town has done a good job in maintaining its water system, and we have invested significant dollars in replacement of our water mains. So the idea is that we try to replace all of our cast iron water mains in the town, and we're working towards that. We've got prior approved funding and grants that are going to help us replace a large portion of our cast iron water main up in North Fawn Hill. So we are making headway on that, and I'm proud to say that our water system is in good condition.
Excellent. One other question as we wind this your presentation up. You've had through no fault of your own quite a few personnel changes go through your office. Obviously, each one of these projects, I believe your department has got to take a look at and do some, do work on them. Are you pretty confident that if all these budgets, all these areas, projects continue or get done or get on the books, your department will be able to get them completed this year?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So good question. Yes, there has been some turnover in the department. I feel very confident with the staff that we have in place and with the assistance of other departments within the town as well to get these projects out and get them completed. We work very closely with corporate services and the purchasing department, and our public works operations guys are involved as well in trying to deliver some of these projects. So it's all hands on deck, and we do a good job at that. This particular year, yes, we have quite an extensive capital project to undertake. Quaker Road, like I said, will be that portion, the management portion of that will be a Niagara Regional project. So we'll have involvement with that and making sure that the town of Pelham's interests are in check, but that will be managed and operated by the region. So yeah, I feel confident that we can deliver on this program.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments from any councillors at this time? Not seeing any. Is this back to you then, Teresa?
No, it's back to the Director of Public Works.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. We got the fleet up. Sorry, Jason. Go ahead, sir.
No problem. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is the one presentation where I get to speak a lot. So yeah, it definitely is a long. I'll need a couple of waters to keep me through this. So the fleet budget again. We maintain approximately 70 some odd pieces of equipment, vehicles. We do have one full-time fleet technician who completes minor repair work, and then any major type work we sub out to other companies. That's more of an operating discussion, so we can jump right into the fleet. And Mr. Cook is on the call here, so I believe any specific questions you have with any of these items, he'll be able to answer. Vehicle 0123 is a small SUV replacement. It's replacing a 2009 Ford Ranger that has reached the end of its useful life. This will be a vehicle that we look to bring in as part of our electric fleet as well. Vehicle 0223, 1 ton truck with a landscaping box. This is our cemetery truck. Again, 2009 GMC. It's at the end of its useful life. We've had to do extensive repairs to it, and it's really the condition of the truck is just starting to deteriorate to a point where it needs to be replaced. Vehicle 0323, the utility water van. It's a Dodge Sprinter van. It's again 2009, nearing the end of its life. The condition of it is just no longer acceptable, and it is showing severe deterioration. Next slide.
Yep.
Vehicle 0423, backhoe replacement. So we have 3 backhoes in the department. This is over 20 years old. This particular backhoe, $240,000 budget, but again, a project or a piece of equipment that is crucial to our operation and needed for replacement. Again, I think Mr. Cook can provide some more information on and more details on some of this, some of these items. Vehicle 0523, snowplow. It basically in the town we operate 6 snowplows in our fleet, and we also run 3 tractors with plows on them for our urban areas. So this is replacing a snowplow. We've replaced one, I think, last year, and you'll see in the forecast we're looking to replace one at least every year now for the next 2 or 3 years. Just aging fleet, and one of the issues with this type of equipment is the lead time in getting them is so long that if we defer these projects and wait, we'll be waiting 3-4 years to get something into our yard. Vehicle 0623 is a lease. These are this is a lease that we've entered into for various trucks, and this is an annual expense. Vehicle 0723 again is rental of summer vehicles. These are to service the summer and seasonal staff that we bring in and provide them equipment to do their job. And vehicle 0823 is, I mentioned this, these are the tractors. We rent 2 of them, we own 1, and they are used, they're equipped with plows, and they're used to plow urban areas and cul-de-sacs and tight areas where our trucks have difficulty getting into. And finally, vehicle 0923, installation of electric vehicle charging stations. This was a grant, and it's red circled. In the event that we were successful in getting this grant, then we would move forward with this project. It would include charging stations at the MCC, and it would also include charging stations here at Town Hall. Currently, we've had a prior approved project. We have installed 2 electric charging stations at the fire hall. So that's where we would charge our electric vehicle fleet currently. So these would be in addition to those. We would have, I'm not sure if can't remember the exact numbers, but vehicle charging stations at Town Hall and at the MCC. So with that, I'll open the floor up to any questions, and I would pass the questions over to Mr. Cook, if there are any.
Jason, if I may, before I go to council, when we lease those summer vehicles, the trucks, do we get new trucks every year? Because it's a new lease, I think every year, do we get new trucks, or do we get is it just, I mean, if we don't lease them all year round, it's hard to believe that they would store the trucks for 8 months and then bring them back out when we need them in May. So I assume that when we lease trucks, from May till September or whatever the town or whatever the length of time is that they're new trucks. Are they, or could you speak on that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will ask Ryan to speak on this, but we have a lease of vehicles of which we have, I believe, 12 months of the year. We also rent vehicles for the seasonal staff. So there's two separate things. So Ryan, did you have any comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The seasonal rentals are just out of a rental fleet. So we get whatever trucks are available from the vendor, but they're not new.
Okay, but they are warranted. If they break down because they're leased, the leasee has to do repairs.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. On the long-term, no-term fleet supply, which is the long-term leases, and the seasonal leases, the vendor is actually responsible for all of the repairs that are on those vehicles. The only thing we pay for is fuel.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, council, any questions or comments from other councilors?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
that's Councilor Olson. Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Cook. A couple of questions. Have we standardized on International as the manufacturer of our plows? Second question is, are we standardized on four-wheel drive on all our vehicles, including the bylaw? And finally, I was wondering, looking at the plows that we have the dual tandem axle plow, and then we have the single axle plow. In my opinion, this is pretty heavy duty, and they probably should be double axle. So I just wondered if you could answer those three questions for me.
So, yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, and we don't standardize on International. It's an open bid process. International just is generally the cheapest price, although there is a few other manufacturers that are starting to drop, but typically it's International that is lowest. For the other standardizations, no, we don't. When we go to purchase new fleet, we take a look at the utilization of that particular vehicle and then try to spec what is most required based on the usage and the intended function of it. So sometimes their 4x4 is appropriate, sometimes no. So we really take a look at what the end use of that vehicle is going to be before we spec, and currently a lot of them are coming 4x4 or all-wheel drive. It seems to be just the way that vehicle's supplied at this point. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the third.
Tandem versus single axle.
Yes, so same with all the rest of the fleet. We look at the utilization of it. So when you're running a winter control operation, you tend to do routes in a certain way. So the vehicle that we've tendered this time is for an in-town route, where a tandem wouldn't be the most effective just due to its maneuverability. And we don't think and on this particular case, we're not losing any kind of route time. Typically that the route's designed to get around once through the route with that one load of sand when it's a sanding operation. So there's really gets through the route, comes back at that time. Usually the driver is due for a break, lunch or bathroom, and then goes back out and does that route again. But the routes we design for these trucks are usually you can get through the route twice in a 12-hour period, because that becomes what our legislated driving time requirement is. So this particular truck is not suited for a tandem. Some of our other rural routes, there's maybe one more route or two more routes that we could switch over from a single to a tandem, but we're not really gaining any efficiency on some of those things. So it's really specific to what that function of that vehicle is going to be.
Okay, thank you. And the size of the boxes now, the box on, I guess you're saying that the box size is matched to the route as well. Is that right?
Typically there's two sizes. So your single axle's an 8-ton and your tandem, I think, is 12. You can get a larger size box with a tri-axle truck or something like that. But you're gaining a little bit of functionality with a tandem. And then they're really more suited for the routes that are furthest away from the yard.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yep, go ahead, Counselor Eckert.
Yeah, just a couple of things. 0323, the replacement of the Sprinter water van. I see the price at 80K. I was wondering, usually with those vans, there's some interior modifications or installation that has to be done in the box, storage of equipment and everything. Does that 80K cover that, or how do we look after that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, but the 80K does involve with like a third party like vehicle upfitter. The reason why it's only $80,000, and that's a lot of money, but we are actually sizing that vehicle down. So the current Sprinter was kind of probably over-spec'd when we bought it. It's a little bit too big for what we need, so we're going to reduce the size. And really, we really focus on what that functionability of that vehicle is. So it's mostly for sampling and water meter repairs, and it can use a smaller chassis with not so much stuff in the back. So that's why it's only $80,000.
Okay, and the next question is dealing with the replacement 0623, the plow, combination plow and spreader. When we were on our bus tour back when, I seem to recall Mr. Marr telling us with all the new subdivisions going in, the increase in kilometers that we have to plow. Can you remind us on council what that increase has been in the last couple of years?
Oh, through Mr. Mayor, I don't have that number on hand. I can definitely get back to you with the increase in kilometers of roads. We are probably a truck short. Coming up with the next bunch of development that's happening, we are going to have to bring another piece of equipment on hand for that. We are at the limit of what we can do with our current fleet.
Yeah, I seem to recall I was quite surprised at not thinking about the increase there and the fact that we hadn't increased our fleet and we hadn't increased our personnel either. So, okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions, comments?
One quick one, Mayor.
Yep, Counselor Kerr.
Just at the very end, there was the discussion of the charging stations. How many stations would that allow for? It just says charging stations. I'm just wondering numerically how many charging stations there would be added.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I recall correctly in the grant, there was at least 2 charging stations at the MCC, and these charging stations, the public would be allowed to use them with a payment card. And then I think there was 1 at Town Hall, if I'm not mistaken.
And I guess I'll just follow up on the charging station, knowing the infamous war between electric vehicle providers and whether you're a Tesla or whether you're not a Tesla and not being quite as familiar. Are there opportunities in terms of having adapters so that people could, regardless of the EV, utilize these charging stations?
Who wants to tackle that one?
I will.
Okay, Mr. CAO.
There's I'll make sure that tomorrow you get, there was a series of reports. We have done a lot of homework on this issue where there's a lot of water under the bridge. There are sort of, what really matters is there are 3 sort of standards of charging station, and what they result in is how fast you charge. We are essentially endorsing the medium-sized bowl of porridge, if you will, if I can go to the Goldilocks analogy, which is as low tech as I can get. But the bottom line is it offered a good range of a reasonable amount of time, and then cost of the unit goes up astronomically the faster it can charge. So having written collectively, we've written a couple of reports on this. It did go through considered analysis. Ultimately, admittedly previous council, but did endorse based on staff recommendation, and we have submitted these grant applications. Be very happy to ensure that you get the specific documentation, but we have done the work on this. In fact, the grant applications are already out, and we do have a preferred technology. So that's where we're at in the process.
That's great. Thank you. I just wondered about numbers. So how many people, how many vehicles could be charging at a time, that kind of thing. That's all.
There would be 3 in publicly accessible areas, and that's why we sort of settled on a payment system. The appropriate staff would have town issued, most already do have town issued payment cards. And so they could, of course, use that for town vehicles, and then members of the public could as well, in hopes that that might spur tourism and or spur those who wish to join the electric vehicle revolution, and our residents of Pelham the capacity to do so.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. CAO. Any other questions, comments? Not seeing or hearing anyone. We go to the cemeteries.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Cemeteries capital budget. This is usually my smallest budget that I deal with from a capital side. We operate 2 active cemeteries in Fawn Hill and the Hillside Cemetery, heading towards Fenwick on Cambro Road. Next slide. So the ask this year is a capital amount to undertake some surveying to basically stake out some new plot locations in each of those cemeteries. We're starting to need additional capacity, so that's the capital ask for this year. Any questions?
Thank you, Director. Any questions on the cemetery budget? Not seeing any.
Okay, the 2023 capital projects, it says recreation, culture, and wellness because we work very closely with that department, and it's a joint effort to deliver on these capital projects between Public Works and recreation. So Teresa, if you just want to go to the next slide, we'll get right into the projects for this year, and the Director of Recreation is able to speak to some of these projects as well, and I may get her to describe some of the need and requirement for some of these projects. Park 0123, ball diamond upgrades, bulk clay. So this is basically to bring in clay to bring the infields on some of our ball diamonds back to grade. Park 0223, general park furniture. So this is your benches, picnic tables, that type of thing. We have an annual program that we use to replace damaged park furniture. And so that's what this capital account is designed to do. Park 0323, turf playground repair. Again, this is an annual program. The town of Pelham has done a great job in putting together some excellent parks with the artificial turf. One of the drawbacks is that needs to be repaired and maintained, and that's what the $5,000 annually is set aside to do here. Park 0423, redevelopment of Peace Park. And I'm going to let Vicky speak to more of this, but the actual scope of work here is to, on the heels of the town hall addition and the restoration work that is completed as part of that project, this would be a project that would provide the vendors and the users a more stable but yet still environmentally sustainable solution using pavers, grass pavers that allows the grass to come up through, but would also provide a stable, safe surface for the vendors to use as part of the Thursday night event or summer fest or whatever have you there, any events that happen in Peace Park. That project is red circled. It is pending a grant approval. So that's why that's showing a red circle. Vicky, I don't know if you want to expand on this a little bit more with respect to the need and requirement here.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Jason has done a great job explaining. With the new addition to the town hall, we are losing the driveway going around the office area, and in which, as we all know, there were at least 5-6 vendors along that area. The new suggested concrete pavers, if you want to call it that the grass will grow through, will enable the vendors to still drive onto the park area, as well as keeping it safe and eliminating tripping hazards for the public. Weekly, there's between 3,000 and 5,000 people that come out to the area, and with the addition to the wonderful washrooms that we're all excited about, we also have to keep in, take into consideration the safety of the existing area. By completing this project, it would complete the Peace Park. As we know, the Bandshell Committee, they fundraised and did an awesome job, half of the park. And with this and the addition of the new washrooms, it would complete the park to be a safe area for our visitors on a weekly basis. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Ms. Van Ravensray.
Park 0523 Civic Square design. So this is related to the property that is directly north of the MCC property and facility. This was there was a concept that was presented to through a consultant to last council for development of that piece of property. It was vetted through the public. There was quite an extensive public consultation piece on that. This is a capital project in the amount of $100,000 to take that project to the next level and have it so that it is shovel ready in the event that there are any grants or opportunities that would present itself to the town for us to undertake that project as part of a future capital budget, obviously. But this would be to do the design work and get that project ready to go. Park 0623 shade sales. This capital account, Teresa, I believe this is part of a grant submission as well.
So I can talk about that.
Okay.
So the shade sales right now, we're looking at including that as part of Rotary's grant that they have with the arches. So the $50,000, once I can confirm that they have enough money that they raised and with the grant, then the $50,000 will come off of this list and it will be covered from Rotary and their fundraising.
Okay. Park 0723 park entry sign replacements. This is a capital project which would allow the town to replace some of the wood entrance signs to our parks. So looking at 6 signs and the capital amount of $30,000. And Park 0823 Centennial Park Diamond 3 lighting. So this is a project to light the ball diamond at Centennial Park Diamond 3. This project was prior approved in 2022, and the project was tendered and came in over budget. So this is the additional amount that would allow us to undertake and complete that project. The ask is $155,000. Park 0721, which was last year's project, was in the amount of $145,000. So that would give a total of $300,000. When we tendered the project, the tender that came back was approximately 275,000. So this is the additional funds to be able to undertake the lighting for that ball diamond. And with that, those are the capital projects proposed for the park facilities.
Thank you, Director. Any comments, questions on this part of the presentation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes, Councillor Kerr.
Just a quick question on the entry sign replacements. What's the expected lifespan of these particular types of signs? I guess indicating that you're replacing them, how old are the ones that you are replacing? I guess it's kind of a question, and how long should these new signs last?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that answer. Mr. Cook may be able to provide some comment on those signs. I know he's been doing some investigating on replacement signs, so.
Mr. Cook, any comment?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I might actually have to toss this one over to Vicky. I think she might be the only person on this meeting who is working for the town when the signs usually went in.
I was going to say that. I'm glad it was you, though, instead.
Yeah, no, I got 15 years and those signs were here. I know they've lasted that long, but I think Vicky could probably answer this one a little bit more succinct.
Any comments on that, Ms. Van Ravensway?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I'll only comment on the signs. I could do worse. Yes, the signs, the existing signage that we're talking about are the entries to the villages. Those signs were originated through the Communities in Bloom Committee. And every year when they had their garden tours, the money went towards building a sign and the garden. And I would say some of those signs must be 20 years old and worked, you know, their way up. Also, that was the Communities in Bloom that did all the entry signs to all the villages. And in the meanwhile, the town provided the same signage in the parks. So every park would have identical signage, and that they've got to be at least 15 years old, if not more. So they have lasted and they desperately need to be replaced.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Some of them are indeed looking a little shabby for sure. Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
I think they're great. I was just asking relative to lifespan and whether somehow there's anticipated within the system to enhance their lifespan. Sometimes things get into disrepair, and by the time we get around to them, then we are in a replacement mode. And maybe I'm not saying anybody's missed the boat or anything, but it's just hopefully that we have some things like that. But I think it's great. I think they're an excellent addition to our community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, comments on any of these items?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Wink.
Okay, so I'm going to address the 05-23, the Civic Square design. And I'm going to make some comments that probably are appropriate for debentures and reserves a little bit later. But everyone in the town knows that the town has significant financial debt. Staff and previous council worked hard to reduce the town's debt. Each of the past 4 years, we have reduced debt by $2 million while requiring only one debenture for $3 million in the past term. The capital forecast suggests from 2025 through 2027, the town will increase our debt by approximately $18 million. Much of that debt will be for two projects: the new library that was being proposed and the Civic Square. We will need debentures for roads and operation facilities going forward, but eliminating the aforementioned products will reduce the need for debentures significantly. I point out that we are in a rising interest rate environment, and the interest rates on these debentures will be much higher than what we experienced in the last 10 years. I'm not against the civic square whatsoever. But until such time as reserves are replenished, I do not see spending any money towards this, towards the civic square. And in particular, that the civic square should not be entertained within the term of council. So essentially, yes, it would be nice. And it's a difference between wants and needs. And as my children grew up, I always said to them, if they wanted something, is it a want or a need? The civic square is a want. Yes, it would be great to have it, but we don't need it now to the detriment of our overall finances of the town. So I would like to see the civic square not be entertained within at least the next 4 years. Understand that, yeah, we need, if we wanted a grant, we would need it shovel ready. Seldom do we ever see any grants that pay for the entire cost. And I'm not in a position where I want to put additional financial strain on this town. There you have it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilor Wink. I know you and I sat down one day last week and we had discussed that. At that time, I had agreed, especially when you show the escalation of the town debt in the next couple of years. I guess I have changed my mind somewhat. Just again, this shovel ready phrase, whether we like it or not, it is indeed some of these projects that we get, they are indeed got to be ready to go. I believe that's South Pelham Street. Someone will be able to correct me on that, but I thought that's the grant we got for South Pelham Street of 4.2 million. I thought that was because we already had the engineering done on that roadway, but whatever. I do recall that we had the plans of the Civic Square in the MCC. I forget what, I think that was at the event of the home show last year. And I do remember seeing 5, 6, 7 people looking at the plans. They were actually quite enthusiastic about the plans and the eventual building of this park. I agree with you, but perhaps 100,000 is too much. Maybe if we can meet common ground, let's take it down 100,000, take it down to 50,000. And with that 50,000, I'll ask Mr. CAO before I go to other councillors. If we did take it down to a $50,000 limit, Mr. CEO, would we still be able, with the 50,000, get us some engineering going forward? Your comments on that, please, sir?
Well, I understand certainly both those perspectives. I think there might be two different ways forward where sort of we could respect both schools of thought. And the first is if council might consider putting, now understand that $100,000, if you put forward something less than $100,000, the money actually stays in our bank account in the reserves and doesn't get spent. It's just that it's notionally allocated in the future to be used for these detailed construction plans. So it would actually stay in our bank account if we don't spend it. So if you approve something less than 100, 25 or 50 this year, it would stay in the reserve until such time as we could build up enough to pay for the construction plans. The other thing I would want to say to all of council is for the last term of council and those who served then, several of our major accomplishments were entirely shovel-ready plans that the previous council inherited. And I point to both splash pads where we got 100% funding from other orders of government as an excellent example. And right now I'm sitting in town hall, and 30 feet away from me, we're building a clock tower, multiple washrooms, community meeting rooms, a vestibule. You know, this major renovation at town hall is also something that the last council didn't put any money into as far as design engineer. That was the council prior to that, like 2 councils back. So those plans were sitting in a drawer prior to me even being hired, prior to Mr. Marr being hired. Like, that predates our employment here. So I hear Councillor Wink's basic point is that I believe is that even if we spent the 100,000, he doesn't want, because it's a want, and I would agree with that assessment, that perhaps we shouldn't look at funding that. But you have to have the 100,000 spent before you can go for the grants. And this is the sort of thing that upper governments might fund. So if it was the will of council, we could perhaps put a lesser amount away, and 25,000 a year over 4 years is 100. I'm pretty confident in that math. That might be one way. Or as an alternative, we don't know. It's too early here in January to know what our year end was for last year. It takes corporate services a number of months to pull the money, all the numbers together, do all the accounting. Then we have to be audited externally by a third party, etc. But it's somewhere in April, we'll be able to tell you where our year end was, right? Did we finish in the red or in the black? And it is open to council as an alternative to say, you know, the first 100,000, if there were an overage of more than 100,000, maybe you could dedicate it to this, or maybe you could dedicate 25,000 this year. And if there's no, so there are a couple of creative things we could do that could possibly help us find the money for this, but not set it aside, or to set aside a bit a year for a few years, so that towards the end of this term of council, we could engage these services and have it shovel ready for the next council, for instance. There are some options available, and that would respect both the mayor's commentary regarding being shovel ready and able to go forward, as previous councils have done for previous councils. There's certainly a tradition of that here in Pelham, which is a laudable thing. Or in the alternative, it could be, it's essentially, if we end up in an annual surplus, has happened for at least 4 years in a row, I might add, that those found dollars could be directed this way, and you could not set aside monies. I think those are both viable paths forward, which respect both schools of thought. I leave that to you, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. I see other councillors have comments. Councillor Kerr?
Yes, I will openly agree with Councillor Wink and his summary from the standpoint of fiscal responsibility. I understand shovel ready. The dilemmas out of shovel ready is that you're working under an assumption of, well, there may be grant money, but inevitably there's a hook. I mean, the splash pad expenses were not extreme expenses, but if you have something that turns out to be an extreme expense, then that leads to debentures and all kinds of other things that I, in following at least enough of the stuff in my short term here, is from my perspective not the road to follow. Reducing to 50,000 or allocating 25,000 and saying this doesn't get a shovel ready project done. Shovel ready means the work has been done. The expenses have been paid to create it to get to that point. So I understand the CAO is saying, okay, put $25,000 a year away for 4 years. Well, that means you're going to spend the money of 100,000 in 4 years, not in the current phase. So I look, it's one way to pay for it. Do you future pay for it, kind of thing. So I'm just looking at, as I said, I agree with Councillor Wink 100%. I think at this point, this is a significant want over a minor need. And it doesn't even meet the minor need category that I would put it into at this point.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Any other comments from any other member of council on this particular item?
Mr. Mayor?
To be go to Council Olson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if we could see the rest of the presentation and the debt and the debentures. I'd like to see what the treasurer has prepared here before I comment on that.
Okay, thank you. Council Wink and Councilor Kerr, are you okay to go ahead with this? And we can always come back to this this item. Council Wink?
I'm okay to go back to it. I would have hoped that that counselors would have read the debentures and the reserves. Our reserves won't get into a healthy financial situation until 2030, which concerns the heck out of me. Debentures are going to be high. Interest on debentures are going to increase, and who's going to pay for that? The taxpayer. And we're looking at a significant tax increase as a result of our operating costs, and we just can't keep on spending. So we can defer it until then, but we definitely have to come back to this. And I'd like to hear if any other counselors have anything else to say on this.
Okay, thank you. Well, before we leave it, I see Councilor Hildebrand, you have your hand up.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in 100% agreement with Councilor Wink and Councilor Kerr's analysis of the situation. And therefore, I agree. Our future reserves need to be addressed right now. And this, to me, is a 100% want. And I'm not here to spend money on wants at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councilor Hildebrand. Any other counselor before we do go to the debenture and then come back?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Eckert.
Yeah, I'm right from the very first time I heard about this civic square, I've been trying to get my head around it. And unfortunately, up to this point in time, I can't. I don't see the need for it at this time. I certainly would not support spending money towards it. And that includes the 100,000 now. I just, we got a great grant. We're spending some money on Peace Park right here behind City Hall. And now we're going to establish another one out there. I think it is, the other councilors are absolutely correct. This is a want, not a need. And I think we need to look after the needs before we get to the wants. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other comments before we?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Back
yes,
to
I share the reservations about the Peace Park as well, but I'd simply like to see the entire presentation from the treasurer, so we're all on the same page on what the debt structure is likely to add. And then we just simply deduct what the Peace Park and what the library would be to see where we're going to stand in 10 or 15 years. That's all I'm looking for.
Yep. Okay, excellent. Well, then why don't we go to the debenture debate and presentation, and then we will for sure come back to this one.
So, Mr. Mayor, we haven't finished with all the capital projects
yes,
yet.
I see we still have capital ahead of us. Go ahead, Ms. Quinlan.
I don't know if there are any other questions in the park facilities. Were those all the questions from the counselors?
Any other questions on the park facilities and council?
So I just want to clarify, my understanding is that the shade sales proposed budget really is more associated with the Rotary fundraising versus coming out of the capital budget.
Yeah, I just have to, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll be meeting with Rotary this week just to confirm that they do have the money to cover it. And I can confirm that with council. But right now it looks like they're able to cover it. I just want to confirm it with all the expenses. They've also incurred higher expenses than anticipated because of just inflation. But that is their intent though.
Thank you.
Councilor Kerr?
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the next section is planning development, and I will be presenting this section. So the first one is the development charge background study. This is something that's done, it's normally done every 5 years. I think with the new legislation now it's going to be every 10 years, but we are required this year to do the background study because our bylaw expires in this year in 2023. The next one is the Natural Heritage Inventory and Management Plan. We have submitted a grant application. We're just waiting to hear whether we've been approved or not. And this is to take an inventory of the natural heritage assets in the town and develop a management plan to maintain and sustain the natural heritage assets. And this supports the climate change and resiliency in the community. We're very excited about this particular project. The next one is 0323, the secondary plan for South Fawn Hill. And this has been brought forward through the Niagara Region's official plan. So it was added to their plan. Because they have added it to their plan, we now have to update our plan and include it in our plan. And that's what that's for. And then the next one, 0423, I'm going to ask the clerk to talk about this one, or the CAO. This is the ward boundary and council composition review.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The clerk's department brought forward a report during the last term of council. It has been since around about, I think, 2013 since the town of Pelham has undergone such a ward boundary review. And we believe that it is time to take a look at our ward boundaries and also to look at council composition. And we would suggest that we use Watson and Associates. And that's where we've received this quote from. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is the total proposed budget for community planning development is $341,000.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on this? Not seeing any.
Okay. And then the municipal drain, this is a regular program that's done annually, and this is to replace road culverts for $40,000, and that's the total for the municipal drainage. So if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on this amount on municipal drains?
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
This is just strictly roadside culverts. Whenever I see the word municipal drainage, I keep thinking of municipal drains themselves, thinking of the Keenan drain and other ones. So I assume that's not even anything remotely associated with that.
Oh, I believe they are. Ms. Quinlan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think they are. The municipal drains pertains to the drains in the town, and this is the portion that the town is responsible for. I don't know, Jason, if you have more detail. I mean, the director of planning is not here tonight. If you can add a bit more, but this is something that is maintenance that we are obligated to do on an annual basis, and it's an annual program. So I can get more detail for you if you would like that from Ms. Weens. But right now,
Yeah, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Only having gone through some recent excavation, replacement, and other things, I'm sure that the expense of it was extremely high. That may not have fit within this particular bit of budget. And I know from talking with other agricultural people, there's significant issues with other sections of municipal drains that I'm a little concerned the amount of money allocated for this is not particularly high.
We'll get that information back to you then, Councillor Kerr.
Sure.
Excellent. Ms. Quinlan Murphy?
Yeah. Did you want to say something, Jason?
No.
Oh.
Jason?
No, well, through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I think Mrs. Weens needs to speak on this. and get the answers back. But when on a municipal drain, if it's a road culvert that gets replaced for that drain, then it's the responsibility of the road authority to replace that particular culvert. So that would be my understanding of what this would be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mr. CAO, any comments?
This is a standing item. It's been $40,000 for the 3 budgets I've been here for. It's $40,000 again. We do not know in any given year when we will be called upon to contribute. It takes years. It can take I've had a couple experiences where it's been 7 and 8 years to get a drainage application through the process. We don't know in any given year what will be hit on. It is the pool of money, though. It's not supposed to come from the roads specifically. It's not supposed to come from Mr. Mars' area. And usually we have a percentage of the municipal drains. That is, and most of the time for us, it's road culvert is our share or our contribution. At any rate, 40,000 has been adequate for the last 3 years. We have no reason to believe we need more than that this year, which is why we haven't put in a penny more. We have drawn on it in the past. We are likely to draw on it again, but it could be that we'll use 0 of it this year. We don't know that. 40,000 has been adequate and appropriate. Your recent history suggests this is the correct number. Ergo, we've included it in here. It is true that Ms. Weens is by far, and our CBO is actually is our drainage superintendent. The two of them have more knowledge than the rest of us combined. However, from an accounting perspective, this was the right number last year, the year before, and the year before that. And we aren't able to accurately tell you right now whether we'll need to spend a penny on it. And if we do, it might be September or April or December or not at all. So no matter what, it's a little bit, because it's dependent on the actions of third parties who are not employees here at the town. And that's a variable beyond our control. So although council can vary this upwards or downwards, history has shown us that this to be the correct number, and we would advise you against changing it.
Yeah, and if it's not used in year, as the CEO has mentioned, then it goes back into the reserve for a future year.
Right.
Yeah, I think all we want, Councillor Kerr, is afterwards a little more information.
Yeah.
And if we could have that, that'd be great.
Yeah, we will. We'll get that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next one is the library capital budgets. And there are 2 items on here. The annual $10,000 for their computer replacement, and they have put a request in for a bookmobile. This is the town of Pelham's portion, and we're currently pursuing a grant. That's why it's red circled. So if we don't get a grant, then we don't move forward with the bookmobile, and the grant would fully fund the town's portion of the bookmobile. So if there are any questions with the library's capital requests.
So if I may, Madam Treasurer, my computer didn't quite get exactly what you said there. If we don't get the grant, then we don't contribute to the vehicle?
Right, yeah, it's red circle. So if we don't get the grant money, then we don't purchase a bookmobile.
I see. And how would that affect our relationship with the other half of the Union Library?
Well, they're in the same position as well. They're putting the grant application in on behalf of Lincoln and Pelham. So if we don't get the grant, then Lincoln and Pelham, no one needs to contribute anything.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They are in the process of putting in an application.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other councillor have a question on this, on the library request? Not seeing any.
Okay.
So, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Oh, definitely. Council, we will indeed take a 5-minute recess before we go into debentures and debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you really can't. It's simply is what it is. The necessary principles in life. Oh, very few people honestly want to do it.
Okay, excellent. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you see if, have we got everyone back? Oh, you're on mute now.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, all members of council have returned to their seats, and I do see you have your SLT members which are presenting.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you then, Madam Treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next section is on debentures and debt. And so with this section here, so in May, it will be 6 years that I am here at the town. And I think one of the biggest challenges that I've had here at the town is obviously, you know, the finances and the debt and the debt load for the town. And so I know that the principle has been for us with the capital projects is to, you know, minimize the amount of debt that's being issued, you know, as long as we can, because of the burden that it actually puts on the operating budget. For the projects that are committed and we have those debentures, we have no choice, obviously, but, you know, to honor them. The biggest challenge that we have is with the MCC. It's a 30-year debenture that we have both on the operating budget and from development charges. So with the new changes in the development charges that, you know, that have been passed, and, you know, we have to see what the impact of that is going to be for the town, because currently we have about $630,000 that we have to generate in revenue for the next, you know, 27 years from development charges just to cover the interest and principal for the MCC. That is just that portion that's coming from development charges. So right now, the existing debentures at the end of December 31st, 2022, which is our fiscal year end, is at $28.7 million. There is no new debt to be issued in 2023. So the capital budget here is stating no new debt. Forecasting debentures at the end of 2023 would be down to $26 million. So the sources of funding for debt, how do we pay for debt? There's two ways. One is through the operating budget, and that is funded through the tax levy. This is where we pay for the interest and principal out of the operating budget. And then there's the non-operating debt, which is interest and principals that are paid through development charges, parkland dedication, and also pledges that we have from the MCC. So this is how we paid for the debt and how it impacts the tax levy. So this graph here, so in 2019, we brought forward to council two really important policies. One is the debt and cash management policy, and the other one is the reserve and the reserve fund policy. And the reason why these policies are important is that it provides guidance to council and to staff on the maximum amount of debt that the town should be taking out for the size of the organization. So if we look at this graph here, the red line that you see here on the graph, this is the debt policy. So in our policy, we're saying that the debt limit, so this is prescribed by so we have the debt limit is based on debt charges as a percent of the town's own net revenues. The maximum amount allowed by the Municipal Act is the provincial repayment limit is 25%. So that's the maximum amount that you can have. What the standard is for most municipalities, they're around 10%. 10% is a healthy amount of the internal debt level to have so that all of your funds here, so you don't have that extra pressure of, you know, using up your operating budget to cover the interest and principal of debt, because you want to use that money to provide services. So if we look at the chart, the graph here, what this is saying is saying that by 2027, the debt the internal debt limit should be at 15%, and then by 2031, it should be down to 10%. And this was a transitional way for us to reach the appropriate limits without doing it all at one time. The blue line, this is the existing debentures and debt we currently have. If we don't take on any new debt, this is what it would look like in the next 10 years. You could see that the internal debt limit right now is at 12.3%, and it would go down to 3.8%. Now that is not, that's not realistic, because I mean, that would be great if we didn't have to take on any additional debt, that your limit would be that low. But realistically, with all these capital projects, it is normal for a municipality to take on some debt to fund some of these capital projects, because they are quite large. So that's why you do establish a limit. And once you stay within that limit, then the organization does not run into financial troubles. The gray line you see here, the dotted line, this is what the debt is as a percentage of revenue based on existing and capital forecasts. So the 10-year capital forecast that we have here, in order to fund all these projects based on the amounts we have in the reserve and what we don't have in the reserves, we have to cover with issuance of debt. This is where you'll see the internal debt limit increasing. Now we're okay up to 2031. And then at that point, we're supposed to be at 10%, and we're at 13.8 and 13.4. So then in this section here, we would be going against our debt policy. So this is something for us to consider as we look at our future projects, and and see how we're, what's the amount of debt that we can actually take. So this is a guidance that we have. It's the approved policy, and I think that it is important that we stay within the limits. So I don't know if there's any particular questions. Actually, I'll go through the debt section, and then we'll ask the questions. Part of the debt policy is that we established debt-related financial indicators. The Pelham Finance and Audit Committee, they were very supportive of the debt policy, and they really like these ratios. So the importance of this particular one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 financial indicators. If we're green, that means we're within the low risk. A moderate risk is yellow, and high risk is red. So we compared ourselves to the other 12 municipalities, the other 11 municipalities in the Niagara region, and we could see how we compare. The only indicator that we are in the red, and quite high actually, is the one that says debt servicing costs as a percentage of our own source revenue. So in that one there, this measures the town's ability to service debt payments. A higher number indicates that debt servicing is consuming a higher portion of the operating budget and may constrain the funding that is available for other service delivery. So what it's saying is that the debt servicing is causing pressure on the operating budget, because you have to service your interest and principal first, because it's an obligation that you have, and then whatever else is left, then the rest of that is your operating budget. And if it's not enough, then that's where you increase your tax levy. So all the other indicators were in the green, which is good news, and that one there, we've been in the red for a few, since we started this in 2019, and as you could see, this is the historical for Pelham. This continues to stay in the red. That first one, this one is in the green. The good news of the net financial assets as a percentage of our own source revenues, we were red, yellow, and now we're in green. So we have done, we have improved in certain areas, definitely in our net debt has decreased, but we still have a lot of debt in comparison to the town's own source revenue. So that's important for us to understand that. So are there any questions with regards to the debt and the debentures of the town? So the good news is that there is no new debt being issued in 2023, so we're not adding to the burden. But if you look at the 10-year plan and the future capital projects that are planned, there will be debt that will be issued in order to meet, to do those capital projects. Now, the only other way that we can offset that obviously is more grant funding, but that is that's something that it depends if it's available. The good news is that last year the OSIF grant was doubled with regards to the community benefit grant, which is the former gas tax. A couple years they doubled it for us. Last year they did, this year they didn't. It would be nice if they were able to double it and keep it at that rate, then that would help us significantly. So maybe that's something that we can talk to our MPPs about, to say, you really have to consider doubling the amount and keeping it at that level, because the deferred maintenance on these assets are quite high, and the cost of inflation right now really has put a lot of pressure on the municipalities. What we've seen this year, as far as going out for RFP and the capital projects and how high they have come back, has been something I haven't seen in the last 6 years. It's been significant, and it's caused a lot of pressure. I mean, just look at it. I think there's like 3 projects that come forward this year that were approved last year because we didn't have additional funds because of the inflationary costs, that we've had to bring them back to council and ask for more money in order to complete those projects. So that's the additional pressure that we have. So if there are any questions relating to the debentures and the debt, there's more detail obviously in the binder. So this is more at a higher level, just to show what the picture will look like in the future if we fund all the projects that we have at that level, and to balance it with what we have in the reserves. So I'll just open this up to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Treasurer. Any questions, comments from any members of council on debentures and debt at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Wink.
Yes, so it's great that we're not doing anything this year with respect to debentures, and same thing is being forecast for 2024. Where it gets a little dicey is if we approve the items that we're looking at right now, there's going to be significant increase in our debentures to fund the library and to fund the civic square. So in 2025, $6.63 million in debentures we require. 2026, 8.16 million, and 2027, 3.1 million. That equals $18 million. That's almost getting towards the threshold of where our existing debentures would be by that time. So we're essentially doubling our debentures in this term of council. And I think we just need to be a lot more cautious. As the treasurer commented, that the interest, principal and interest on these debentures are going to be on the backs of the taxpayers. And, I'm really concerned about our taxes going forward if we keep on increasing our debt. I understand the need for debentures on certain projects, and certain projects like roads, Tice Road Operations Center is going to come later on in this term, but we have a way of mitigating the capital forecast of that $18 million by changing our stance on the library, and also deferring anything being spent on the Civic Square. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wink. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor?
From any other councilors? And I see Councilor Olson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with what Councilor Wink has said. And I think the picture that's painted by the asset consumption ratio is that we're crossing the line into positive territory just because of the MCC. And we've seen tonight a lot of problems with the costs and of roads and even the fleet. I would have looked at page 199 and said we're not making the grounds that we should make because of the efforts we're putting in, because the taxpayers and the town staff have saved money and done all kinds of things. By the way, I think this is an excellent chart, and I applaud the previous council for establishing this policy, because this is probably the best way that we were ever going to get out of it. And I say that as well by mentioning that I was not a member of that council at that time. So I think this is great. We're not making the progress we should be making. We shouldn't be taking on any debt. And if that means that we don't have a library and we don't have a civic square, I'm fine for that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other comments, questions at this time? Not seeing any.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, who's that? Councilor Kerr, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm just following up with Councilor Olson and Councilor Wink. I think, again, circling back to wants and needs, one of the things we do know, as was mentioned relative to the Civic Square and the library, the want is for a new library. A library already exists. The Civic Square doesn't exist. And you can kind of look at it in two fashions. But I foresee that the library is a non-starter, and that the rehabilitation of the old library is going to become paramount. And my personal instinct tells me it's going to be somewhat more expensive than some of us imagine. And that's something that we do have to undertake. And that's kind of an obligation of keeping something functioning versus building something brand new. So I agree with Councilor Wink relative to the Civic Square expenditures, as well as the new library expenditures are really non-starters in my book.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councilor. Any other councilor with any comments at this time? I see none. I guess my only comment is, when you look at the chart that we had up on the screen before, very scary, or not scary, but sobering, I guess I would use that word. The debt is there. There's no doubt about it. I guess the way I look at it is that for a sake of 25 or 50,000 a year to keep the dream alive, we all have rainy day. We all have aspirations in our own personal lives that we put money away so that when we do get far enough ahead, we've got something there. Realizing that and the total debt of the town and 25,000 a year going into keeping this dream alive of the Civic Square, realizing, yes, it's a want. You could also say that the MCC at the time was a want, and now we have 8,000 people a week going through this want, which has indeed turned into a need. So whatever, obviously council, it's a decision of council, but my own frank look at this, I think it's somewhat short-sighted not to put some money away to keep what the residents looked at the MCC, they obviously these are the same residents that were paying taxes, and they looked at it and said, wow, would this ever be a great addition to our town? But whatever, like I say, everything comes at a cost. And if indeed this was a cost that council does not feel they want to take on at this time, then obviously that's the decision of this council. But my own outlook is I think it's rather short-sighted that we don't keep a little bit of money going into this project, because when it does get done, it is indeed going to be awesome. But who knows what the government, also that's another thing in the background is the governance that we're going to be seeing 1, 2, 5 years down the road. So it is, we all have our feelings, and we think at this time the majority of council is going to take that 100,000 and take it off the books. That's how I see council's decision right now. Any other comments or questions on this item? So, Madam Clerk, Treasurer, I believe it's the wish of council to take that 100,000. Will you indeed then be taking that out of there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Oh, yes.
After the presentation portion of the meeting, we'll move into committee input. At that point in time, that would be the appropriate place that committee members would be able to bring motions forward. I have been keeping track of some projects that council has been fiercely debating, and I'm happy to remind council of each of those when we get to that portion. I will also just take the opportunity to remind council that it is approximately 8:52, so we're reaching 9 o'clock, which is our curfew time. So I'm not sure if council does wish to extend curfew. If they'd like to wait, I can interrupt at 9 o'clock, or that can be considered now.
Let's give us till 9 o'clock, and then we can take a quick vote. I have a feeling that at 9 o'clock we'll be far enough along that we'll vote to continue on with the evening until the job is done. But that's
excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll see how it goes. Okay, so what's the
the next section that we have now is reserves and reserve fund, and I'd like to introduce Usama Siraj, our deputy treasurer, to do this section of the presentation.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Teresa. Good evening, members of council. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Through the mayor, so as Teresa mentioned, I will be walking through the reserve and reserve funds portion of the capital budget document. So starting off, reserve and reserve funds play an important role in funding various operating and capital expenditures. The key difference between a reserve and a reserve fund is simply that the reserve funds are legislated by are either legislated or are tied to a bylaw, whereas reserves are not. So looking at the diagram here, you can see that the operating budget contributes funds through reserve transfers to the reserves, which then get transferred into the capital budget, which will then fund all of our capital expenditures. So over the next couple of slides, we have the forecasts for what the reserve fund balances will projected to be over the next 5 years. Now, in your budget document, you would see the full 10-year projection, but for the purpose of the presentation, we've just stuck to the 5 years. So as Teresa mentioned in her conversation in the past, council has approved a reserve and reserve fund policy in 2019, which sets out many different targets, target minimums, the actual target, phased-in targets for each one of these capital reserves. And staff have done a good job in trying to follow that policy and trying to understand the need for funding these reserves for the sustainability of our capital infrastructure. And we're working diligently to meet those targets as set out in those policies. So as I mentioned, we've had significant improvements in a lot of these reserves, and as of December 31st, 2022, the only reserve balance that we've projected to be in the negative is the land acquisition reserve fund. With the exception of that, everything else is projected to be in the positive. So that is definitely a good sign. However, I do want to point out that just because something is in the positive right now may not be the case in the future, because obviously these reserve balance projections are a function of what's coming in and coming out of these reserves. So a good example is the road reserve fund. You can see that in the future years, it's projected to be back into a deficit position. And again, that is because, you know, there's larger capital projects that need to draw into that road reserve fund. So just reiterating that it is crucial to continuously steadily increase the contribution from the operating budget and fund these targets to the appropriate levels as we've identified in the policy. Next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the development charges reserve funds. Development charges, or DCs, are an example of an obligatory reserve fund. Simply put, the purpose of the DC reserve fund is to accumulate monies from development charges, and the money is to be used to pay for new infrastructure that is a result of growth within the town. The DC background study, as was mentioned previously in the presentation, determines the projected collection of DCs based on the anticipated amount, type, and location of development within the town over the next 10 years. The timing of these development charges collections in many respects is outside of the town's control, and therefore these projected collections are only a projection, and the actuals may vary. And as Teresa mentioned previously in the presentation, we've had a recent change to the DC legislation, so the background study, as was conducted every 5 years, will now be conducted every 10 years. The next, another example of an obligatory reserve fund is the Parkland Dedication Reserve Fund. The projected collections for the Parkland Dedication Reserve Fund are based on our historic collections. So over the past, the 5-year average has been approximately $385,000, but this has been due to significant growth within the town. So being mindful of that the growth has slowed down, we've adjusted these projected collection targets as well. The next slide is the reserve fund target. So I think it would be easier, Teresa, if you can just move on to the next one where we can talk about the graph. Thank you. So here we've taken the the various capital reserve funds and put that on a graph, and I'll briefly explain what each one of these items are. So the green bar represents the target range as set out in the reserve fund policy for each one of these reserves. Then looking at the red line, which is essentially the midway point or the target minimum balance. So when the policy was brought forward, it was actually a very comprehensive policy in terms of setting these targets and ranges and target minimums. So a lot of thought and effort was put into that policy rather than saying we need X amount for one reserve. It's, you know, which wouldn't be achievable. It was presented in a way where it provides a range and a different series of different options to phase in to get us to where we need to go, as opposed to just getting us there overnight, which wouldn't have been feasible.
Sorry to interrupt. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are 1 minute to 9 o'clock. We would need council to extend curfew to continue the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wink, have you got a suggestion for us?
Do it until we finish.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder on that? Oh, do we need a seconder?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are in committee, so no, I have a motion put forth by Councilor Wink, suspending the rules contained in the procedural bylaw to waive the curfew of 9 p.m. until all of the remaining business items on the agenda have been considered. To you, Mr. Mayor, if there's any discussion.
Okay, any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any?
Thank you. The vote begins with Councilor Hildebrandt.
Yes.
Councilor Olsen. Councilor Olsen.
Yes.
Councilor Wink.
Yes.
Councilor Niznik.
Yes.
Councilor Kerr.
Yes.
Councilor Eckhart.
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may continue your meeting, and my apologies to the Deputy Treasurer.
No problem. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So as I was explaining, the red line is the target minimum balance for each one of these reserve funds. And finally, the blue line is the projected balance of where these reserve funds will be at the end of December 31st, 2022. So as you can see, majority of these reserves are not projected to be within the target range at all. Some are better than others. In fact, if you look at the roads reserve fund, it's so far below the target range. And if you notice, you can't even see the red target balance, the target minimum, because when the policy was conducted, I think the recommended target balance for roads reserve was about 12 million. And this the vertical axis on this graph only goes up to 6 million. So you can see that cut off, and you can appreciate the need to replenish some of these reserves more than others. Moving on to the next slide, please. So over the next number of slides, I will walk you through a bit more detail on each one of these capital reserve funds. The format will be the same. So for the first slide, I'll take a little bit more time in explaining what I'm talking about. And then the next few will be faster because it's the same information, but just for a different reserve fund. So at the right here, we're looking at the Information Technology Reserve Fund. So starting at the 2022 column at the top, we've got the starting balance, which is the rollover from last year. And then as we move down, you see the contribution from the operating budget. So in 2022, that would have been 132,000. Moving further down, you see the funds that are committed to completing the approved capital projects. So 131,000 from 2022 projects and 134,000 from prior year projects. And that essentially brings you to the projected ending balance of that reserve, which is just under 59,000. Just looking a little below that, you would see two numbers, a target reserve balance and, a target minimum reserve balance and a target balance. So these are the balances that are coming from that policy that was approved in 2019. And as you can see, now if we look across to 2027, the projected balance is only about 20,000, which is far short of the minimum, which is 134, or the actual reserve balance, which is 269. So what we're doing to combat that is trying to steadily increase the contribution to the reserves, which you can see at the bottom, based on some analysis we've done, depending on what capital projects are coming on, which years they're coming on, and so that's what we need to do to continue to get us to a point where we're meeting some of these targets. Now, I should mention the only 5 years is shown, similar to the other chart, just for the purpose of the presentation. If you do look at your budget binders, you will notice the full 10-year picture is presented for each one of these reserves. So the next slide, we're looking at the Fire and Bylaw Services Reserve Fund. Again, I'm going to skip right down to the projected balance at the end of 2022 is about 611,000, which looks great. You look at the target minimum is 540. The actual target balance is 1,081,000. And even as you look to 2027, you're pretty close to the target balance. However, we have to keep in mind that various reserve funds have different purposes. So in this case, this is a Fire and Bylaw Reserve Fund. A lot of the purchases and the expenditures that are funded from these reserves are very large in nature. For example, you heard the chief talk about a purchase for new fire trucks, about 900,000. So what may look like a healthy balance in 1 year could just be completely depleted the next year if there's a big capital outlay coming from that reserve. So again, we got to be diligent and continue to look at this to find a way to sustainably fund this so we have a healthy balance. The next reserve is facilities. Projected balance at the end of 2022 is about 270,000. Our targets are 692 or 1.4 million for the full target. And as you can see, by 2027, we're not close to that target. So again, we need to continue to fund this reserve fund over the next number of years. Next one is the roads one. I briefly talked about that one. The projected balance at the end of the 2022 year is actually a deficit of 67,000. That's assuming everything goes through with the previous year's capital projects. Actually may vary slightly. When we're looking at the targets, the minimum target is 2.9 and actual target is 5.8. And the projected balance in 5 years is just under 480,000, so still far short of the target. The next two are wastewater and water. So as Teresa mentioned, we will be bringing forward that presentation later. But based on what we have submitted in the capital plan, you can see that the projected balance is 2.9 for 2022. And the target balance is 627, and then it actually increases to 1.36 million in 2025. Now, I do want to note that this target is actually slightly different from the target for some of the other tax-funded reserves, which come from the policy. These targets are coming from the BMA water rate study, which was also discussed earlier in the presentation. So we're going to do a new study in 2023, as it is done every 5 years. So when we do the new study, it will update and recalculate a lot of these targets going forward. But as you can see, even by 2027, we're not close to some of the targets that were identified in the last study. Next one is water. So same idea, where we have a healthy balance projected at the end of 2022. However, you can see it's quickly depleted as we have some larger projects in the next few years. By 2027, we're only at 181. Meanwhile, the target by 2025 should be 1.1 million. Next is the fleet reserve. So projected balance for 2022 is about 1.26, which is good. The target minimum is 668, and the actual target is about 1.3. Again, by 2027, we're significantly short of the target minimum and the actual target balance. The next one is the cemetery reserve fund. So this is one of the healthier reserve funds. You can see that the target balance is 108,000, and we're pretty okay in 2022. And even the 5-year projection shows 121,000, which is above the target. The next one is park facilities. This is another big one that needs some more funding. As you see, the projected 2022 balance is a deficit of 230. The target minimum is 293. Actual target is 587. And because of some of those larger projects over the next 5 years, we're still showing a deficit of 839 by 2027. The next reserve fund is the community planning and development. So the projected balance at 2022 is about 87,000. Your target minimum is 80. The actual target is 160. And by 2027, you're still short of the 2 target balances. And this one is the municipal drainage. Again, I think the target and the target minimum here are not even though it is far from the target, the target shows 56,000. By 2027, we're expected to be about 1,800 or so. But since this is not a large reserve fund, it's not too bad. The next one is the library. So the library's reserve fund is pretty healthy. It's far above the target. There may be some other commitments on here that are, if they're not included in the 10-year plan, they're not shown as coming out of the reserve fund. But as of the information available right now, this reserve fund is in a pretty healthy spot. Okay. So the next slide is just a summary of how these reserve contributions and funding these capital projects impacts our tax levy. So looking at the subtotal of all tax-funded reserve funds and the contributions made, in 2022, we contributed about $4 million to various reserve funds. And as I mentioned, we're following the policy, trying to reach the policy. So we're steadily increasing these contributions. So starting in 2023, you'll notice that instead of 4 million, we're putting aside 4.4 million, and then 4.8, and then 5.2, 5.6, and then 6 million. So it is important to keep these contributions increasing at a steady pace. As we've heard throughout the night, there's many capital projects with large dollar amounts. a lot of pressure on these reserves, and anything that's not funded from these reserves, or if we can't find a grant, then falls onto debentures, which we want to keep at a minimum. Just underneath the tax portion, we're also contributing about $1.3 million from the water and wastewater reserve funds to support those projects. And again, those contributions are also steadily increasing over the next number of years. And those contributions will be more fine-tuned as we update the 2023 water and wastewater rate study. So if we go over to the next slide, we can see that the debentures are having an impact, obviously, on your taxes. As it was discussed a few minutes ago, anytime you issue debentures, the debt servicing costs are paid from the tax levy. So we are actually issuing some on the capital plan. We have some debentures that come on the books for 2025. So starting in 2025, you're looking at about $408,000 in payments to support the debenture, and these are payments that are coming from the tax levy. In 2026, it's about another $844,000, and then in 2027, another $626,000. Again, even though these debentures are not yet approved, this is just what's been projected. These projections can change through some of the decisions that we can make today and in the future. But just to give you a picture of what impact that has on your tax levy increase. So for the first 2 years, if you look at the last column, 2023 and 2024, you notice that it's about 2.4% of the tax levy increase in each one of those years. And that's directly coming from the $400,000 or so increase in capital reserve funds that we're contributing. Now, starting in 2025, you notice that the tax levy impact is a little bit higher, because not only are we still continuing to increase the capital reserve contributions by $400,000, but now you have new debenture payments, which are adding another $408,000 in 2025, and then 2026 and 2027. So you can see what kind of an impact it can have on the tax levy if we have to issue this debenture in the future years. And I believe that concludes my section of the presentation. So we only have one more slide to walk through for the budget open house request. So I leave it up to you if you want to pause now, take questions, discuss this, or I can pass it back to Teresa and she can finish off the presentation.
Well, let's stop here for a second. A lot of information on these slides. Before we go to the last slide, then any member of council have any questions, comments on the reserve and the forecast? Nope. Not seeing or hearing anyone. Okay, I guess we're ready to go ahead.
Thank you, Sama. Great job. So on November 7th, we had a budget open house, and this is just a summary of the requests that came forward. The first one was from the Pelham Soccer Club, and they stated that they would provide more services in the future for adults and kids, and requested funds in the budget for field maintenance to roll, weed, feed, cutter for the grass soccer and additional soccer fields. And so the decision right now is just that staff is reviewing this based on the service levels that we have for the grass cutting. The next one is the Lincoln Pelham Public Library. They requested funds for a mobile library branch, the Bookmobile. It's estimated at $110,000, and the town's share is $58,000. And right now, the decision that's made is that we are pursuing a grant opportunity right now with the library in order to fund the full amount. And the last request came from the Niagara Division Canadian Railroad Historical Association. They requested funds for interpretive boards explaining the history of the railway, which served in the Niagara area. The association requested a $1,000 donation from the town to place the sign within the Steve Bauer Trail. And then the decision is this is to be considered by council. So saying that, we're going to open this up to questions right now. That is our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Treasurer.
And then, then we have the recommendation that we have here, but.
Yep.
So I'll
Okay.
pass this back to the clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That does bring us to the committee input portion of the meeting. This is where any member of council would be welcome to bring forward a motion. If they would like to remove something from the budget, add something from the budget, change a budget's amount. Throughout the meeting, Mr. Mayor, I have been keeping a list of what appeared to be some of the hot topics from council. Did you wish for me to review those with council now, and council can determine whether or not they wish to bring forward any motions or not?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item was with respect to project FAC 0523. That's the Font Hill Library. My understanding is that staff will be bringing a report to council on January 30th, 2023 regarding a cost estimate for the redesign of the existing Font Hill Library to meet accessibility needs. At that point in time, council has time to receive that report at January 30th because the recommendations in the budget won't be approved until February 6th. So council has the ability at February 6th to lift any recommendations from tonight and amend those. So I'm not sure if that's satisfactory to council and how they wish to move forward, or if they'd like to do something a little more permanent, or if the CAO has any other suggestions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. CEO, before we go to council, do you have any words on this topic?
No, I think you very clearly understand what you're doing. Madam Clerk has identified, you do have, I don't want to call it an off ramp, but a chance to make, it'll feel like it's a last minute correction. It's just that you'll be doing it on the night we hope you're going to pass the budget in February. But like she says, we don't have the analysis yet on, we do need some monies to figure out how we're going to renovate the library. Like that's more than a zero cost. And there is a law that says like we do need to be AODA compliant, et cetera, et cetera. But we don't have that figure for you right now. So happily, that's an amendment you can make just prior to passage, assuming you want to keep on schedule.
Excellent.
But otherwise, I think you've got a very good grasp. You've had a lot of good discussion. I think there are a couple items you'd like to change, and I think we should get to that.
Okay, thank you. So council, unless there's an objection from a councillor, we will wait until we get the renovation cost at the last meeting in January, and then we can make an amendment from there. I don't see any hands going up to make an objection. Madam Clerk, what's the next list?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item was project RD 2023. That's the Wellington Heights School crossing at Canberra Road. I had understood that there may be some desire to upgrade the crossing to a type B PXO crossing and to increase the budget from 30,000 to 50,000. I leave it to council to decide if that is what they were considering doing.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, did you want to bring a motion to that effect?
Yes, I would like to bring a motion to increase the amount from 30,000 to 50,000 to go to a higher grade crossing, especially considering the type of road that it is and its location.
Okay, and do you have a second? A seconder is required, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are in committee, so seconder
Yes.
is not required. Just for clarity, I have a motion being put forth by Councillor Kerr that committee recommend project RD 2023 Wellington Heights School crossing at Canberra Road be upgraded to a type B PXO crossing, and that committee recommend the project's budget be increased from 30,000 to 50,000. Just making sure Councillor Kerr is satisfied with that language.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Discussion on this? Okay, I myself am going to be voting against it. I realize $20,000 increase is not that much. The board or the piece that's going to be going across the road, that's going to be in the trees, so that anybody who's driving down the road is going to have the background of the trees to commend with. That's my feeling. Please let me have that. If you take Pelham Road into West St. Catharines and take a look at the flashing lights that are there, they're very prominent. And I believe that situation by itself would be satisfactory for that. And the fact that we don't have enough traffic on that school traffic to warrant a guard, whatever. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Any other comments before we call the vote? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The vote would begin with Councillor Olson,
No.
Councillor Wink,
Yes.
Councillor Niznik,
Yes.
Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Councillor Eckhart,
No.
Councillor Hildebrandt,
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was 4 in the positive, therefore it does carry. The next item that did have some traction was the potential of adding an additional project into the budget for an upgraded crossing at Pancake Lane and Cherry Street. Again, it would be a type B PXO crossing, and I believe it was for the $50,000. I don't know if council doesn't want to consider that or if that was just mentioned in passing.
Now, Councillor Eckert, you mentioned that. Are you prepared to put a motion forward on that?
Yes, but not for the 50,000. I wouldn't vote no for the 50,000 on Canberra and then vote it for Pancake. So I would be looking at the $30,000 option.
Okay, thank you. And okay, and we don't need a seconder. I'm sorry. So debate on this motion put forward by Councillor Eckert. Perhaps Madam Clerk, could you read that again then as what is the intersection on that?
It was for Pancake Lane and Cherry Street, and I just would ask the Director of Public Works to confirm, is the $30,000 option was that type C, Mr. Marr? I want to make sure I have it correct in the record.
Yes, it's a type C.
Thank you. Thank you. So Councillor Eckhart's motion is that committee recommend the addition of a project to upgrade school crossing at Pancake Lane and Cherry Street for a type C PXO crossing at a budgeted amount of $30,000 to be added to the 2023 capital budget. To council.
And before we go, perhaps we will have the Director of Public Works. Any problems with that type of crossing at that location that you see, Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, off the top, I don't see an issue with it. There is a current crossing there. It is marked. There are pavement markings that are in place. Any type of signage which is going to cause flashing lights that is a lower volume road as well on Pancake Lane compared to Canberra and Pelham Street. So something to consider, but that's the only comment I have right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion put forward? Councilor Wink, is that you? Yes.
Yeah, so I'm a little curious on the number of kids that walk by there. So we're talking about them coming down Pelham Street, turning down Pancake Road Lane, and then crossing Cherry. Probably the easier and safer way for those kids is to, instead of going all the way down to Pancake, to cross the street from the school and just hang a right on Cherry. Yeah, there's no sidewalks there, but it's probably a lot safer. The road is wide. That's the way I would send my kid, not going all the way down to Pancake.
If I might just say, whichever way they come down, whether it's down Haste and turn right on Pancake or left on Haste when they're going to school, or they come down Cherry Street, when they get to Pancake, they have to cross Pancake. And that's what I'm talking about. These kids are going into the subdivision in behind. There's a walkway through there. that these kids are crossing Pancake Lane. So they're crossing going north to either continue on Cherry to go around to Haste, or they'll come across and they'll go up Pancake on the sidewalk, turn left on the Haste to head to AK Wig School. So we get kids coming from both directions. It's also a pickup point for buses in the morning for high school students, a gathering point at the end of that street at that crosswalk. So there's kids coming mainly from the subdivision on the south side of Pancake Lane, and then they have to cross Pancake Lane to continue on in their journey to AK Wig.
Councilor Wink?
Well, obviously, Councillor Eckert knows the intersection a lot better than I do, but bunch of kids, is that 10, 15? Is there 50 kids going across there? I just don't know.
Okay. Any other, I guess, if I may, to the director, when we decide whether we want to put our crossing guard, we usually put someone from bylaw to sit in a pickup truck and count kids. Is that not correct? And if that is correct, is there any way we could find out and get a number of on this intersection?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have those numbers available to me right at the moment. We would do a warrant study. I'm not sure at this point in time if that would be warranted for a signalized PXO crossing. I would have to get those that data information.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, for the sake of getting the proper information before proceeding with this, I'm prepared to withdraw that motion.
Okay, and then why don't we leave it with staff to come back to council with, I'm sorry, Mr. CAO?
We'll accept it as direction that we should go and do the warrant study.
Okay.
We can do that. It really is enormously, overwhelmingly preferable that we only make changes to our road system when we have data to support making the changes.
Yep.
Like that helps us with liability issues and lawsuits. It helps us with proper traffic engineering and planning. There are a whole bunch of things across the board that helps with enormously. We'll be pleased to come back to you with data. And it's not such a large expenditure that if we're that if we manage to run ahead in some other project, we couldn't repurpose some funds from 2023 towards that if the numbers warrant. But
okay, Councilor Eckert, you're satisfied with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I've noted that. The next topic was with respect to project PRK 0523. That's the Civic Square. 3 ideas have been floated. One is to simply remove the $100,000 from the budget. The second would be to just reduce the number in the budget from 100,000 perhaps to 25,000, or perhaps that the committee could recommend a portion of any surplus in 2022 to go towards that. So those were the 3 ideas which were presented. I leave it to council to make a determination.
We will turn to Councilor Wink for a motion.
Yeah, so I'd like it to make a motion to withdraw the $100,000 design, and that council does not consider, this council does not consider the Civic Square design at all through the term of council.
Okay. Any discussion on this motion? Councilor Olson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I heard what you said about keeping the project alive, and I would be voting against it. I'd like to see something even $25,000 a year, and it's not going to go out of the bank account. It's going to be in the bank. It's just going to stay on the books. So I would have to vote against that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Kerr.
I concur with Counselor Wink on his comments. I guess the only concern I have is adding the addendum of saying it's not at all to be considered during this entire term of council. I can see removing it for this current budget. If it returns in the future budgets, then we have the option to turn it down at that point. So that's my only, the wording of the particular motion is my concern.
Councilor Wink, would you consider?
Well, let's hear from some of the other counselors.
I didn't see any other hands. Oh, now we got some. Councilor Nesnick.
Yes, so yeah, this is a bit of a tricky one, but I think I would have to side with Councillor Wink on this, that we not consider this civic square for this term of council. As much as that hurts, because certainly we would like to see that dream kept alive, but in reality, I think it's just one thing that we cannot and will not afford. And, you know, the data with regards to the reserves is proof of that pudding. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Wink and Councillor Niznik. I will not be, I will be removing the $100,000 from this term of council.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Then Councilor Wink, you want to leave your motion stand as it is?
Yes, and I'd like to point out to council that when there's a motion, if you're going to vote against it, that you say before the vote happens. So
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Could you repeat that?
yeah, so no surprises. If a motion's been put forward and you're against that motion, say that you're not going to support the motion. Silence isn't necessarily the best way of handling any motion.
Yes, exactly. Good advice. Thank you. Thank you. If I don't see any more hands, I will have the clerk call the vote.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion put forth by Councillor Wink. That committee recommend project PRK 05-23 Civic Square design in the amount of $100,000 be removed from the 2023 capital budget. And that committee recommend the budget for the Civic Square not be presented to council within this term of council, 2022 to 2026. Councillor Wink, is that satisfactory to you?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, and not trying to overstep, but I would also just like to take the opportunity to remind council that at any time there's a motion on the floor, a councillor can always request the motion be divided so it can be determined in both pieces. Therefore, you're not risking a defeat, but I leave that to council and I'm happy to call the vote whenever you like.
Okay, I don't see any hands, so please call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wait, I'm sorry. Councilor Olson?
Yes, I'd move to divide the motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you know which way he wants to divide that?
Yes, we'll deal with the first portion. I'm just recording Councillor Olson's request. So the first portion of that motion being brought forth by Councillor Wink is that committee recommend project PRK 05-23 Civic Square design in the amount of $100,000 be removed from the 2023 capital budget. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this portion of the motion? Not seeing any hands, Madam Clerk?
The first vote begins with Councillor Niznik.
Yes.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes.
Councillor Eckhart.
Yes.
Councillor Hildebrand.
Yes.
Councillor Olson.
No.
Councillor Wink.
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does carry. That brings us to the second portion of that motion, which is being brought forward by Councillor Wink. And it is, and that committee recommend the budget for the Civic Square not be presented to council within this term of council, 2022 to 2026. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any further discussion.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? And I see Councilor Olson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk. So if this was to be overturned, somebody wanted to overturn this in, say, year 3, it would require the supermajority, is that correct?
That would be correct. You would need 5 votes.
Okay. Any other questions on this second part of the motion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The vote begins with Councillor Niznik.
Sorry, what, could you just repeat what it is, the wording of that again? Not be considered for 4 years?
That's correct. So that committee recommend the budget for the Civic Square not be presented to council within this term of council, 2022 to 2026.
Thank you. Yes.
Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Councillor Eckert,
Yes.
Councillor Hildebrandt,
Yes.
Councillor Olson,
No.
Councillor Wink,
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does carry. Mr. Mayor, those are all of the items that I had captured. Certainly, council's not limited just to those. And I would look forward to hearing anything further from council.
Okay, thank you. Council Wink.
So there was, excuse me, so there was one item that was presented by the public for $1,000 for the Steve Bauer Trail. So we either have to say yay or nay to it. I believe the presentation said that they've raised for around $3,000 or $4,000 for the sign, and the sign costs about $5,000. So we're only $1,000 out of pocket. I think it would be very interesting for the residents of town that walk that trail to see the history of the trail. And I'll move to add the $1,000 to the budget.
Okay, so that's your motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Debate on this motion? I don't see any hands showing. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just noted that down. This is a motion being put forth by Councillor Wink. That committee recommend the addition of $1,000 donation to the Niagara Division Canadian Railroad Historical Association for signage. Is that acceptable, Councillor Wink?
Yes. Thank you.
If there's any other discussion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I will ask any other discussion on this motion. Seeing none.
Thank you. The vote begins with Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Councillor Eckert,
Yes.
Councillor Hildebrandt,
Yes.
Councillor Olson,
Yes.
Councillor Wink,
Yes.
Councillor Niznik,
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That carries.
So if I may, I thought someone, correct me if I'm wrong, and Councilor Hildebrandt, I thought it was you, but perhaps it wasn't. But was there not some discussion on the parking lot at the paddle ball in the old arena site that we were, Councilor Hildebrandt, did you bring that up? Or am I mistaken?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. And the question I asked to the Director of Public Works is, when would the money, if it was distributed, be distributed? And he said when the paving or the parking lot was complete and the town would be invoiced. And that satisfied my question.
Okay. Then
Thank you for asking.
Yep, thank you. Councilor Wink?
Yes, so if I may, Mayor, that $75,000, if the developer doesn't get around to it, that it carries over into next year's budget. We wouldn't have to re-vote on it next year, it just carries over, so, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other items that any member of council wants to bring forward at this time? Not seeing any. 1, 2, 3, no. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion put forth by Councillor Niznik that committee receive the 2023 capital budget presentation by the treasurer, deputy treasurer, and director of public works for information, and that committee receive the 10-year capital forecast for information, and that committee recommend to council to approve the 2023 capital budget as amended at their meeting scheduled for February 6th, 2023. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any discussion.
Thank you. After hearing the clerk, is there any discussion on this? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The vote begins with Councillor Eckhart,
Yes.
Councillor Hildebrandt,
Yes.
Councillor Olson,
Yes.
Councillor Wink,
Yes.
Councillor Niznik,
Yes.
Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does carry. Mr. Mayor, that does bring you to your adjournment, and I do have a motion put forth by Councillor Wink that this special meeting of committee be adjourned. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any other discussion.
Any discussion on the adjournment? Not seeing any?
The vote begins with Councillor Hildebrandt,
Yes.
Councillor Olson,
Yes.
Councillor Wink,
Yes.
Councillor Niznik,
Yes.
Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Councillor Eckhart,
Yes.
Mayor Junkin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does carry. I do see that we have 9:41 p.m. and you may gavel up your meeting.
And before I do, I just want to congratulate council on a productive evening, and everyone have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Right.